Why is there always so much shit to talk about? I take one day just to try to finish up playing. God dang. I take one day just to finish up gosh dang Emerald Imperium. And then all this shit happens. What the hell? I asked myself this question, Bobby. What the hell is going on? I don't know what I'm saying. Is it me you're looking for? Itchy. Why am I getting encoding complaints from you? Shut your face hole. Shut your damn face. Not the encoding issues. Curses. I've been defeated. There's a lot of planets. Oh, it's a carbon copy. Interesting. Fascinating. Well, that's quite interesting, ain't it? Ain't it? Spaceship scrap. I've been reading all the stuff that's on here. It's fascinating. Very interesting, I have to say. And this shit's pretty much a carbon copy of what? Whatever the fuck. Interesting. Hey. Water cryovolcano. That sounds fun. Ah. Spawner small, spawner small. Don't know what that means. Rocks. Type of rocks. Rock. Rook. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, goddammit, I have to fix all this shit that I did before. Son of a bitch. No. What does marathon mean? Technologies are more expensive. I'm just reading all this different shit. Oh, that's funny. Ribbon World. That's funny. Well, I'm curious about one thing. Is there like a size thing? Planet size. No. I think I'd try to look into it because I was curious. Alright, well. Fix all this bullshit. God damn it, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, folks, let me tell you. didn't get my window. What the fuck?
That was a little weird, folks.
That's not a number. I'm okay with this. Let's go with this map. Fuck it. That's fine, I don't give a shit about any of that. Boom. I don't want any of that shit. Go away, thank you. Do I want to keep the spaceship? It's always an aesthetic choice, I know that. I'll keep it for now. If it gets too in the way, I'll get rid of it. Alright, well, it's time to find some rocks with coal in them. Got any rock? Rock. Big rocks. We's got big rocks around here somewhere. No. Well, that kind of sucks. Oh, that reminds me. I need to turn on the sound, right? There we go. Not a lot of fucking, I want to get some big rocks with coal in them, but didn't get any. And there's one. Nice.
Huge rock.
Well, very important. I need to adjust my color. I don't want to be brown. I want to be black. Perfect. And I'm just so used to being... Well, I wonder what the tech tree looks like with all the mods. I'm curious. That's a lot of shit. Oh man, that's a lot of stuff. Platinum thruster, yeah, all the Titan stuff. I wonder if there's gonna be Titan ruins around here this time. You know? Just want to get rid of all these damn rocks. I'm not producing any pollution right now, so... I don't even know where the locals are, to be honest. I don't know where the biters are at currently. Well, let's start getting some plates. Start working our way up to steam power. Make some more burner miners. Some more furnaces. And we'll make some more miners. Start making some coal snakes. Standard dot standard factorio things. Get these two idiots feeding into one another. There we go. Now you will produce an endless loop. Let's mine some more rocks in the meantime. Do. Now I sit here and I lie in wait, hitting rock. Such is the life of the humble engineer. Let's get a little bit of extra coal going. Steam power, nice. Stone steam furnace. This is new. From one of the mods. Needs pipes. It consumes steam. 35% efficiency. Interesting, interesting. Some more of these bad boys going. Okay, so what's the next thing we need to do? Additional crafting. Okay. Might as well get a copper mine going. Don't need a ton of copper right now. Just one should be fine for the time being. Oh, what's up, Boy Meets Mini? Ooh, is chat not showing up? No, chat should be there. Oops. There's chat. Okay, good. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. What's up, Boy Meets Mini? Yeah, we're just, you know, humble factorio space agers with, just a ton of mods. Bunch of different planet mods, mostly. And some other fun stuff that I thought could be cool, like helicopters. I wanted helicopters. I just wanted helicopters. But what's up? Alright, let's just get one of these humble mines going. Probably gonna extend my coal snake a little more because I just need more stuff. Yes, I have the Mechanicus skin mod because I am a nerd. We love ourselves some coal snakes. It's interesting that it's already set up a logistic group for me. That's nice. Okay, that should be more than enough. So now we can start to craft some copper plates. Alright, let's... Alright, that's a lot. Good amount of iron there. Oh yeah, I made it this way, that it's just giant deposits. I just wanted to have giant deposits just because I felt like it. I'll be honest. Just felt like it. Just wanted it. Right, let's get rid of this shit. I need some wood for power poles. Yeah, abunda. We got the abunda. Let's get some wood. Alright, let's... I'm gonna add more to my coal snakes. I'm gonna make my coal snake longer. And when you make a lab, which means we just need a bunch more copper. Yeah, that's a fun little technique. There we go. And now they will all continuously feed into one another. Alright. I need... We got inserters and stuff like that. Do I have enough copper to make stuff? Should be enough. Lab. I'm gonna keep the spaceship here just for aesthetic purposes for the time being. Let's make a nice little power setup. Doesn't have to be anything too crazy. Look at the fish! Purple. Doesn't need to be that too big, but whatever. Now I'm only gonna keep one. Boiler. Stick it there. Just one. Let's see. We want this. We want this. 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 That should be okay for now. We need some pipe. 1, 2. Not supplied with water. I have tree seeds. Plant the tree. I'm an environmentalist. Must plant tree. I'm getting fucking spammed with a bunch of fucking notifications. Oh yeah, it's a lot easier to build in Factorio in comparison to Satisfactory. Alright, now that I have a fuck ton of coal. We're stinking up the place a little bit. I don't know where the locals are, though. But we are stinking up the place a little bit. But that's okay. Let's stick you guys in there for now. Man, that's a lot of science packs. That'll be fun to all route in. Science, right? Let's start handcrafting some of that stuff. Uh-oh, stinky. May need to make another copper mine. Just to make sure that I have enough copper. I'm like so not used to moving this slow. It's crazy. Give me all that shit. I'm curious though, how does this work? I want to take a look at this stone steam furnace. Do I just feed it steam? Oh yes, before I go do that. Alright, that should be enough. How do you work? So instead of needing coal, you take steam. Still needs coal. Interesting. Alright. Cool. In you go. Stick a bunch of in there. Alright. Let's make some more power poles for when I inevitably need them. For now. Alright, that's plenty of that stuff. First thing we're going to want to automate is our power setup. Do also need to find more stone eventually. So let me take a look at the map. How do I want to build? I think I want to go down this way initially. Yeah, I think I want to go down this way. I think that's how I want to do it. Okay. Okay. Let's make more science packs by hand, because we'll need them. But yes, uh-oh, stinky indeed. But such is the burner phase in Factorio. We must, chill.
We're gonna just chill, folks. You know?
Automation. Let me do this. Yeah. Get some probable rudimentary automation going, maybe? Probably shouldn't be researching gun turrets right now. Should probably be researching, other things. No, you guys are full. Get back to mining. Alright. You guys will be good for a while. Probably. I don't know if 8 and Coal Snake might be too much. But whatever. That's okay. Grab these plates so I can make more stuff. What do I want to start automating by hand? Gears. Get this shit out of the way. I want to start automating science packs, I think, first, because that'll just get out of the way. Now, make life a little bit easier. Which means what we're gonna do then is Make our dumbasses way up over here. And do something a little rudimentary. Oh yeah, that tree I planted is growing. Look at it. Look at it go. Doesn't have to do anything crazy in particular. Just want to get this shit out of the way. Right. So we want to start automating science packs. It just makes life a little easier. You get our inserter. So this takes a little bit of rudimentary automation. It's going to be hand-fed, but that's okay. Stick those two bad boys in there. Then we get a long-handed inserter. I need to get... Right, I need copper for that. Run up to the copper. Then we'll stick down the lab back into its position. One long-handed inserter. Don't need to do anything too fancy. And now, doing a little bit of science automation. Ta-da. And now we can start to churn through a bit of this early game stuff. Lovely. Very simple, very clean. Alright, well, the locals don't know of our presence yet. Lovely.
They don't know about our presence yet, folks. Let me tell you. Very important.
But such is the way of the burner phase of Factorio. It's a little slow. But that's just, it's just how it is. Alright. Electric mining drills. In terms of power, we don't really have to think about it. Alright, cool. Lovely. Make some light armor, because I want to. Because I have a lot of iron, might as well just make some armor with it. There we go. That's even distribution. It's a very good mod, I'll be honest. Control and you click, and it'll evenly distribute shit for you. Very good. Very cool.
Very cool.
Well, I mean, you just hold Z and you drag, typically, but, yeah. It just makes life easier. Stick more iron in here. Why don't we double our research rate? Go a little faster. A little faster. Also grab another this thing. Go look something like this.
Go a little bit faster, folks. Let me tell you.
Well, what to do right now? I might as well build some belts by hand so I can start preparing to start to automate things. Start to automate things properly. So we'll handcraft some belts. Or better yet, smarter idea would be is to partially just automate everything. Make belts. Don't need a crazy amount, we'll just do that many for now. The less handcrafting, the better. Alright, cool. Electric mining drills. Alright, let's automate power generation first. You dumbasses are out of shit. There we go. Someone needs to tell Chainsaw to come. It's his favorite game. He loves Factorio. I think I need... let's just do this. Fuck it. Belt. Now, someone who's more autistic is playing this game now, Chainsaw, so... I'm like 2 belts short. Okay, nice meme. This is definitely a little overkill, so I'm just only going to do probably one of them. Have more iron. Two is fine. Alright, power automated. Lovely. Now start thinking about the starter base. Which Which means we need a bunch more inserters and stuff. And belts and everything else. Gonna need a lot more shit. Like stone. I should start to just... yeah, I should have a small mine just for stone. Just put that in a chest. Probably should have set this up a while ago. Is to just have a mine for stone. Burner miner will be just fine for this purpose. Alright, let's think about how we want to do this. Probably want to go down this way. For the time being. That works. Alright, so that is what you need to fully saturate a line, a yellow line of iron, 48 furnaces, to 30 miners. I misplaced these, god damn it. Lovely, that's logistics researched. So now we can start to think about making this furnace stack. Right there. Alright, so now we need a bunch of copper and a bunch of other shit. Let you have fun, keep churning along. I need probably way more copper. these two shitters for now. So don't need that many for now. I have a better gun. Oh, what was I doing again? Right. More copper. Alright, it's time to arm ourselves. Just in case. This is Copper mine's a little far away, and I don't know where the biters would come from if the biters were to come, so we'll just do this just in case. Alright. Then I don't have to think about it. Now to think about this shit. Tree. Gonna need to cause a lot more economic devastation eventually. As is required. From the humble cryptid that is the engineer.
We love causing economic devastation, folks, let me tell you.
Okay. Need to remind myself how to do this. Get the splitters.
Need more iron.
Do. Okay, which side do I want to come in? We'll have the coal come in to this side. Have the iron come in through this way. That works.
That's right, folks. We're causing economic devastation. Very important, folks. Let me tell you.
Which means we need some undergrounds. Alright, so that'll be the iron input, and this is our coal input. Now we need to make more miners. Do I intend to fully saturate this right now? Maybe. Maybe not. But let's just get this thing wired up now. Because this thing's worthless without power. Oh, they'll be yearning. Boop. 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 Oh, they'll be a yearning. The good thing about this design is we can just easily copy and paste. Nice. Alright, let's start to split off the coal. We can just, like, stick it here for now. Need more belts. Well, the only problem is the copper's a little far away from this whole setup, but that's okay. Not the end of the world. And that is coal supplied to all our burner miners here, or burner stone furnaces. Let's increase the supply here just in case. Let's be a little future-proofing. Not a bad thing to have. A little extra coal. go. Let's go, and now we just need a bunch of miners. Bunch more. Start to fucking scale up. Let's go get some more copper first. Nice. It's plenty of copper. Next thing to research. Sure. Still don't know where the locals are. But we're just gonna pretend like nothing's happening and just keep going. And ignore the problem for later. Grab this stuff for the coal snakes. I think we can get rid of these things now. I don't need them anymore. Serve their purpose. Fast inserters, lovely. Do we have the belts? We most certainly do. Alright, so normally you need 30 of these in order to fully saturate a yellow belt. Probably not going to do that instantly. I also want to get rid of this little fucking bit here. How exactly I want to distribute these. So now I don't have to constantly move them. Because that'd be annoying. That's 10. Yes, I need more poles. What do you want? What, you want to be like Judge Dredd LARPer? Shut your fucking goofy up, you fucking putis. You're like so Papega. It is incredible to me how much of a Papega you are. You're like hyper Omega Papega, and you just want to be like Team Papega. That barely doesn't reach. It's kind of annoying.
Let me tell you something important, Raiden. You're a normie and a beta male cut.
That scared the fuck out of me because of how loud it was. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I'm gonna go grab some water though real quick. Holy shit, bro. What, you got anything else to say, fucking puto? What? Huh? You wanna, what, you wanna fucking, you're complaining about what? Darktide right now? Is that what you're saying? Back in what color? What do you mean? How about you finish that sentence, you little shit? Huh? What do you have to say for yourself, you fucking bitch? There you go, good job. You're racist. Fuck you, puto. I hate you. Yeah, good one. Yeah, you want to just say black. I don't know, you have like an obsession with blacks or something? Speaking of racism, I don't know if you saw that FD signifier video, Boy Meets Mini, but I think that guy just doesn't like white people. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I think he has a problem with white people. Understandable. I also hate white people as well. Because they're fucking annoying sometimes, but you know, I feel like it's unnecessary to make that your whole politics. You know? Why do you hate white people? Like, I'm imagining, like, a Jesse Lee Peterson interview one day. Like, FD Signifier goes on, like, Jesse Lee Peterson, and that's, like, the first thing he asks. It's like, why do you hate white people? And it's just, like, funny. I'm just looking at some of the interesting stuff we have here. Why do you hate white people? It's like, well, I don't really have a problem with white people, but why do you hate them so much, FD? If that even is your real name. That's how, like, I'm imagining it to happen. It seems really funny to me. Let's tear all this shit up. And on. Is my power grid good? Alright, let's slap down another boiler. Me slap down another boiler. Das rat, das rat. There we go. Quick reminder for our ratios out there. One pump can supply 20 boilers, which can supply 40 steam engines. So currently we are okay in terms of our ratios. If we want to add more power, we're going to need to add more boilers and more steam engines, blah, 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 blah. And the iron is now starting to be produced. Now, obviously, this is not enough to fully saturate a yellow belt, but for now, a little start. It's not too bad. We can pretty much start to just get rid of these burner miners. We don't need them anymore. They are completely unnecessary. And there we go. We're starting to pile up iron. And now let's... how many lanes of iron would I want? I'm just gonna only go with 2 lanes. We're gonna do a nice little copy-paste. A little bit of future-proofing, you know. One. Cool. It's gonna be copper. But this will get the job done. So let's go to the stone. Let's start to automate the copper. We've just kind of left this thing alone for the time being. It's plenty of stone. Like I said, we don't need to go to him at the moment. So now that we have this little bit of automation going here, I'm going to use this iron for the time being to start to produce some gears. Make some more belts, obviously. Always need more belts. Just get a nice little simple starter going on here. Doesn't need to be anything too crazy. And then we're going to stick... I'll move this around eventually. But it's fine like this for the time being. Let's make some gears. Are these exact ratios? Probably not, but for now it's good. Who cares? And if we need more iron, we just grab it off the belt. Whoops, I forgot to hook you up. Nope. Okay, what do I need now? Right, I need more miners. I already have enough miners. I need more copper. Let's get rid of this shit. So was damn war. Get in there. And gun there's fine. Okay, cool. Right, we're making more belts because we want to start to make more shit. Begin to automate the essentials. What I should have been making is more inserters. Make a fuck ton of inserters by hand. Alright, we're gonna need more belts. want this to be a contiguous line. I mean... Not that big of a deal, honestly. I'll probably have to fix this up eventually, but for the time being, it's fine as is. Who cares? I still don't know where the locals are. I have no idea where the damn biters, where the first biter nest is, because I would like to just go kill it. Not have to think about them. But I don't know where they are. I do not know where they are. I fucked up. Make myself have to do an extra trip for no reason. It's okay. Bop, 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 boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, you got power now. Now we just need more inserters. Again, if we don't have iron, grab it from the belt. Looks like I will need to make more not burners, but more boilers. Need more power. Coal line is keeping up just fine for the time being. Get another boiler. Boiler. There you go. We do that. Get one pipe. Stick you in there. And power taken care of for now. Alright, let's get the fuck out. You know, I don't want to get rid of the spaceship. I'll eventually have to probably move this. Because I can just move this up a bit. Also, just in case. So I don't have to think about it. stick a gun turret here. Just so I don't have to think about this. By the power plant. Alright, cool. Just so little me don't have to think about it. Okay, now let's start to supply this shit with coal. Alright, it's the coal. All that's left is now the copper. Okay, so now let's start to think about bringing the coal over, or not the coal, but the copper over. Do something like this. Once we have copper, we can go back to automating science, and then we can go back to automating the essentials, and then we can go back to doing a bunch of other shit. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, let's clean this up. How exactly do I want to do this? Perfect. Move these over by a tile. Doot, 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 doot. Okay, so that'll take care of you, blah, 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 blah. There's no resource there, yada, yada, yada. We just do doot. One, two, and I need one more. That's copper. Nice. Copper automated. They need a little more coal, but that's not going to be too difficult to expand. So we can just do this, 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 this. All right. All right. Good in terms of coal. Plenty of coal. Right. I need some more inserters. And here comes the copper. Get rid of all that extra copper ore that I had in my inventory. And now we have copper plates automated. Lovely. Now, let's make some more assembly machines. Check our power grid. Straining our power grid a little bit. Need more iron. Ba-doop-ba-doop-doo.
Great people of Arrakis, it's your boy, Shai Halud. It is I, the great Shai Halud, the humble sandworm of the desert. Need some more pipes. Lace out some pipe, folks, let me tell you. That shit barely reaches, son of a bitch. There we go, ton of power.
Okay, so now we can start to think about automating more essentials. I'm going to start automating inserters, belts, we have automated, and start putting back up some science. Alright, so let's get some circuits. And eventually, once we have this little basic setup, start accumulating some shit, getting some more research done, then we will start to plot out the fucking base. Then once I have that stuff being automated, I'm gonna stop there and then start yapping about shit. Alright, so circuits. We need to use our iron plates. Ratio 3 to 2. It's not gonna look pretty, but whatever. It's basic. No.
This doesn't need to look pretty right now.
Yeah, my shit's fucking backing up, of course, because I'm not fucking using it for much of anything. That's fine. Don't really care about that all that much. We'll copy that design. And it'll be super tileable. Alright, that'll be green circuits.
Very good, people. Very good.
That we have green circuits. Let's go ahead and make stuff for all of this shit. So, thing for inserters, which needs plates and gears. Gears. All right, that's inserters. And then I'm not going to think about the other inserters. Just yellows are fine for now. Yellow inserters are fine for now. And then let's get a little science setup going. Which just needs our plates and our other things as well. How do I want to do this? It's a little scuffed, but whatever. Because eventually we're going to have to start to think about, locals have still not been alerted to our presence. So we have that going for us, I suppose. Let me fucking fix this, actually. This is annoying me too much. Way too damn inconvenient. Hello, Henry. I guess, perhaps, you could say I am a bread tube. I don't know. The thing with bread tubes is it's kind of dead. You know? I find bread tube to be kind of like a meaningless distinctor because it's like, shit's kind of dead. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Maybe we should get non-tube instead. Okay, so let's get, what is it? Just gears and plates. But yeah, I don't know. Bread tube is just like one of those things where it's just like, eh. You know, just eh. I feel like the whole thing is just kind of dead. That's just what I feel. If I get called a bread tuber, I could call the bread tuber. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't need that many. Let's get some extra science labs as well. 5 should be plenty. Power's fine. Automating some of the essentials. I'll eventually need to automate these as well. More mining drills. We have a little bit of a bus going, but this is not going to be the final thing. It's just like, it's okay for now. Okay, so I need to remember my ratios. It should be 1 to 10, but I don't need 10. I'm just going to do 5 machines building science packs. A little overkill, but, fuck it. It's one of those things where it's just like, you know, good practice. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I'm like anything special, to be honest, in terms of the space. I'm just a yapper who's just yapping about shit online, about phenomenon and whatnot. Okay, so this has this flaw because it only works with fucking medium power pools, which is kind of annoying, but when we eventually get medium power pools, we'll fix this. But for now, this is fine. There's the labs. Let's make one more lab. we just do this with the gears? How am I bringing in the plates then? That works. Now we got the gears. That wasn't there, because I don't want to hold them. Throw you in there, because I don't want to hold you. Now we need to fit the copper plates in here somehow. Just do something like this. Get a splitter. Underground. Will not look great. However, it will work, so that's all that matters. This little bit of belt wizardry. There we go. And that's red science. Back to being created. Lovely. A little bit of belt magic. Never really hurt anyone. It should be 1 to 5. Pretty sure these are the correct numbers. We're gonna be stockpiling up on red science. You are empty. Lovely. Stick you there for now. Even though there's not a lot there. Should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. I only have 9 machines here. Need one more. But yeah, I don't know if I'm like, am I really like an up-and-coming bread tuber? I don't really know. Like, I guess maybe. I don't like being pretentious, I suppose. That's a little ugly, but it'll work. Maybe I'm being too modest. Nice. Science is going. I can definitely accommodate at least 2 more labs. Why don't we get 2 more labs? Just as a treat, we'll get 2 more labs. As a treat. Because I want to make it nice and symmetrical. Oop. And there we go. That should be more than enough for the time being for my purposes. And then we'll queue you. Nice. We have a nice little base going. Not too bad. We got red science automated. We still haven't alerted the locals. I don't know where the locals are right now. 40 signs per minute's not terrible. Yeah, why don't we save this? Like, Modus. So I'm gonna name it. Nice. Lovely. Okay, I've gotten to the point where I want to stop for now. Got a nice little base going for ourselves, something, you know, ridiculously special. Automating red science, and then we just need to start thinking about automating green science. We have the essentials being automated and stuff like that. We'll move it around, obviously, as need be, you know. Yada, yada, yada. Be adaptable and whatnot. It's a good start. It's a good start. I think it's an okay stopping point for the time being. You know, can't be too upset about that. Save again, because I'm always paranoid. Let's pull up my face. Hello. I'm gonna go head to the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna start yapping about shit. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. We're back. It is important to always stay humble. At least that's what I think. Alright. Get rid of that shit. Pull up my face. Hello! Open the window, because it gets hot in here. Fresh air is always good. Is it humid? Hope it's not humid. That would be kind of annoying. Great to be back. Alright, the ship we're talking about today. Quick organization of those. Oh yeah, like, people don't talk about this, but like everywhere you go in Canada, there's like some form of like, I'm trying to think what the best term it is, like representation of a weather type. I don't know if that's, like, the best. Because, you know, we have our maritime climates. We have, like, our really humid, sort of, like, sticky, shitty times. Dry, cold, arid, dry. Maybe, like... I don't know, it's like, what other archetypes? We don't really have a lot of rain here. I mean, there can be some days, depending on how humid it gets, but it can get very, very humid here. Windy. That's one that's been happening way, way more often, is just ridiculous amounts of wind. Which is annoying. Don't like wind. Especially as someone with long hair, I hate wind. But you can just put it in a ponytail when you go outside when it's wind. I don't like putting my hair in a ponytail. I'm not gonna... I don't like it. I don't like putting my hair in a ponytail. I really don't. Or like in a man bun or anything. Because the problem I have with like man buns and shit like that is when it comes undone, you know, is an inevitable thing. It's just, you know, it becomes all messy, and then I have to like undo the whole thing and then re-fucking do it and blah blah blah. It's just like, why don't I just leave my hair down? That's just easier. I like my hair down. Like, I just don't want to bother with all this bullshit. I'm just like, nah. Don't wanna. Don't wanna, don't feel like it's annoying, it's a pain in the ass. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Boy Meets Mini, what's the name of the park? Is, that, you know... What's the name of the park that ICE did, like, their stupid little, like, goose-stepping March LARP shit in? It's, like, Mackenzie something? Is it Mackenzie Hart? I'm not sure if I'm correct on that one. MacArthur. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. Near downtown LA. Ah. Very cool. MacArthur Park. Because what, they're still doing, like... There's still, like, federal agents doing, like, soy LARP shit, basically. And they're, you know... Guys, maybe, just maybe, having a quota system for your Gestapo might not be a good thing, you know? Listen, I know that's a little crazy and radical. But what? I feel like that's a bad thing. You know. I want to get some videos of this stuff. Would be a problem? That's what I'm saying. $134 million on fucking National Guard deployment. All of this for like a stupid, dumbass, illegal little stunt. It's so fucking stupid, honestly. What, if any, what, didn't the big beautiful bill, like, increase your groceries and rent, if anything, Boy Meets Mini? Yeah. Boy, shit's so fucking cooked. And my mother's always is constantly like clamoring at me, saying like, "You should get a job in the U.S." I'm like, no, 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 no. Oh wait, there's a fuck. Oh, well, this is fucking new. Really? In letter to Carney, Trump announces 35% tariff. He's doing all this stupid tariff shit again. It's so fucking goofy. Honestly, with all the stupid shit that Carney seems to be doing right now, is like, now he's like proposing cuts to social safety nets. Cause, yeah, man. That's totally what he's doing, like, austerity fucking politics bullshit. It's like, yeah, man, we totally need cuts to the social safety net right now. That's what we really need in Canada. Like, it's so fucking dumb.
It's pretty good, folks, let me tell you.
I don't even know why. Why are we getting a fucking goddamn... Why are we doing more tariffs, Trump? Hey, why are we doing that, bud?
Good people of Arrakis, it's your boy, Shai Halud. It's your boy, Shai Halud.
I want to talk about this shit first, though. Alright. Check my notes. Very important.
Remember, folks, you need to always check your notes. Very important, let me tell you.
Here we go. Cool. Eat the shit. There's nothing of importance here. Alright. Close that shit. Boop. Professional streamer. Alright. Got a goofy little one. Linda Yaccarino. She's the CEO of Twitter, right? Because, what, Elon was never the CEO, he was always the owner. He's the one who bought out the platform for, what was it, like 44 billion bucks? Something like that. Grok, as we all know, decided to become a Nazi because, I don't know, Elon was just like, you know, Grok is a little too woke for my sensibilities, so I need to make it referencing all of the Nazis that I have congregated on my platform. So that's cool. What, after 2 years, she stepped down as the CEO? I don't care about him, you talk about Elon Musk or whatever. I'm more specific, what is she saying about Grok, right? We start with the critical early work necessary to prioritize the safety of our users, especially children. Sure, man. Now, the best is yet to come as X enters a new chapter with XAI. I don't think you want your AI system to be primarily responsible for safety, I think, considering the fact that it seemingly had like an obsession with calling itself Mecha Hitler. Wasn't there like a wasn't there like a thing from Grok, you know, saying that I'm sorry for being a Nazi or something? Didn't it say I'm sorry for being a Nazi? Basically, from the main Grok account itself. Here. We are aware of recent posts made by Grok and are actively working to remove the inappropriate posts. Since being made aware of the content, XAI has taken action to ban hate speech. Before Grok posts on X, XAI is training only truth-seeking. Guys, like, this is what I hate about the term truth-seeking. Like, truth-seeking to who? Like, you're the current CEO that has control of the stupid chatbot is a Nazi, right? Elon doing this, like, stupid little soy loot constantly, right? Like, we all know this. It's just a little strange. Like, what do we mean by truth-seeking, right? Only the truth that the techno god king believes in, which I guess is Nazism or like some weird soy larp shit. I like the truth is liberal. Unfortunately, reality is liberal. Conservatives and Elon, and he's just very upset and jealous about that. Yeah, it's really really silly. Thanks to a million users on X, we were able to quickly identify and update the model where training could be improved. Yeah, not take stuff from probably your own platform. Like, I don't know. Is there really anything else to say besides Grok being a Nazi and then, I don't know, Linda Yaccarino getting the fuck out of Dodge saying, like, you know what, fuck this. I've had enough of this. I don't want anything to do with this, like, stupid Nazi shithole site. I mean, she's probably going to find, like, another position somewhere. She's, like, a, complete cipher. It doesn't matter. She'll just, like, say and do, believe in anything in order just to get the bag. You know what? We love that for her. Get that bag, queen. You have your fun there, I guess. Whatever. I guess the end of, I don't know. The end of Linda Yaccarino. Yeah, but the thing is like, yeah, sure, the tech industry would tank her reputation, but like, do they give a fuck about the anti-Semitism? I don't think that no one really gives a shit. I think maybe she's getting the fuck out of Dodge because of the anti-Semitism, and she doesn't want to deal with any of that smoke. I think that's what it is. She probably has recognized that Elon is like a ketamine-addled fucking freak who's, I don't know, between like ketamine binges and Adderall binges is becoming like more and more of a Nazi because of all the drug abuse or some shit. It's really silly and dumb. And she's just, like, basically getting the fuck out of Dodge before it gets any worse. Which, you know what? I find to be perfectly reasonable for Linda Yaccarino. She's looking out for herself and doesn't want anything to do with the Nazi hellhole site. So she'll probably get picked up by some other, like, tech company. Like, whatever. Who cares? Dude. I'm so fucking phlegmy. I hate this post-nasal drip stuff, man. I think the only way to fix it is I'd have to probably get some, like, elective surgery or some shit. I don't want to get... Surgeries scare me, man. They fucking freak me the fuck out. Ugh. Excuse me. They scare me. Like, sure, you get, like, knocked out with anesthetic, and you're just like, because, I had to get surgery to get my, wisdom teeth. That's, like, the only surgery I think I've ever gotten in my life is just for removal of my wisdom teeth. I think that's it. But, what, they put me under with the anesthetic, and then I don't know... They had me, like, try to sing some stuff, and then I just instantaneously knocked out, and then they just did the surgery, and they were just like, oh, yeah, it was really easy. The surgeon constantly was, like, trying to make, like, really, really, like, meta jokes and be, like, a little too realistic with his jokes. I'm like, why are you saying this? It's a little weird. It's just a little weird. Like, I get what you're doing, but it's kind of weird. And he was, like, constantly talking about how easy it was, the surgery. I'm like, that's good, I'm glad that it was easy for you, because, I don't know, you're probably, like, sticking a bunch of random shit in my mouth and, like, stitching it back up or something. Okay. But as soon as I, like, woke up, I immediately felt like going back to sleep. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And then I just wanted to, like, conk right back out. But I basically willed myself awake, because I was just like, I just want to leave. I don't want to be here anymore. I just want to go. I don't want to be in this chair anymore. I don't want anywhere anesthetic or anything. I just want to go. I want to go home. I want to go home and sleep at home. That's what I want to do. It'd be like that sometimes. Ugh. Now I have to deal with this post-nasal drip. I'm curious. How to stop post-nasal drip. Saline nasal rinses. Humidifiers and staying hydrated to thin mucus. To thin mucus? A humidifier or steam inhalation. As during a hot shower. I do always take hot showers. Keeping well hydrated to keep the mucus thinner. Sleeping on a propped up bed. My bed is a propped up bed. That has been helping, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Just need to do a bunch more shit, I suppose. Maybe it's because I'm not drinking enough water. Medical treatments may involve antihistamines, decongestants, or steroid nasal sprays. That is actually what I do have. I do have steroids that I can shoot up my nose. Could do that. Maybe I need to talk with someone. It's probably just hydration. The propped up bed definitely helps. Propped up bed definitely helps. It's very good. Oh yeah, because I'd have to drink a lot more. Also, like I've said before, I also sweat like a motherfucker, right? So I have to stay like more constantly fucking hydrated as a result. Yeah, it's I'm becoming Ethan Klein, you know? What's that stupid dumbass Ethan Klein song? Like, oh, Ethan Klein, you're my best friend. Something. You're my best friend? Ethan Klein? Someone knows what I'm talking about. But Ethan Klein... parody song. Parody song. Yeah, thank you, Ethan Klein. Wait, that's from East Europe? Thank you, USA. Wait, really? The fuck do I not know this? I should know this!
This is what you want.
Shut up. It's from oh, I wonder why the Bosnians are saying thank you, USA. I can only think of a couple of reasons why the Bosnians might be saying that. You know, probably nothing crazy.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend.
Wait, what is this language that's here? Is this Bosnian? Is that Bosnian? That's funny if they did put this in like Bosnian or something.
You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer.
I'm curious. What language is this? Can I use like some kind of detector? I really want this to be in Bosnian because I think it would be very, very funny. Like, it would just make sense, to be honest.
You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators
Alright, let's be honest here. The fuck Mike for PA. Haha!
Promoting the left side. Denims, B and Frogan, Hasanabi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend.
I fuck Bad Empanada too.
You are the rent payer.
The song's still good though.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
And a melon. That's pretty good though. It's a good song. It's a good song. You know, would recommend. You know, do I listen? Okay, I have to do the do I need to do the soy signal? You know, get myself a fucking like Palestinian flag, be like, woo, free Palestine, to make it an emote. You know, eyes on the prize kind of a deal. You know how it is. I think the nasal spray is doing its job. It's clearing out my shit. All right. Downsize it and wave a flag. That's true. Could do that. That can always work. On you. Let me start with this. XQC or XQ Cow calling out Hassan for calling out the omni-liberal. Oh boy. What does the Horseman of Void have to say?
You're gonna do that. Like, bruh. Like,
Destiny saying the N-word, that is definitely something that I will openly call out. Never have I ever heard
True.
them speak out against Destiny saying the N-word openly.
and never have I ever heard any of his friends, any of his strong friends, anybody around him call him out, hold him accountable, or have any sort of pushback for his C-word usage and take.
Dude, we're really gonna fucking compare Cracker Barrel to fucking goddamn the N-word? That's not anywhere near the fucking same thing, okay? The N-word was used to justify what? Slavery of black people. Like, quite literally. Like, it's a inherently dehumanizing fucking term. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And meanwhile, what with like the C word, which is a slur. Yeah, I don't disagree that the C word is a fucking slur. It's a derogatory term meant to go after a person's particular race. Yeah, sure. It's just the terms that we're talking about here are just not equivocable whatsoever. One has a latent fucking history, and the other one was used to describe, well, you know, the people who were whipping the black people. That's the origin of fucking a cracker, for fuck's sake. Like, are we being for real right now? No, I can't. No, I can't believe the Hassan is saying the cracker term. So it's like, okay, bro, like, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
Nobody says it. So why doesn't he call his own friends out for saying, guys, why are you guys policing me?
Dude, like, again, the N-word and the C-word are nowhere near fucking comparable. That's the thing. Like, one is systemically still used in order to disenfranchise black people, and the other term was a term made up by those systemically disenfranchised black people in order to try to have, I don't know, some form of pushback against their systemic disenfranchisement. Like, this is so fucking stupid.
If anything, he should be more mad that the people that he does care about don't care enough about him to hold him accountable.
What the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck cares if they're saying the term fucking cracker, bro? Like, are we for real? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Like, dude, What? You didn't even say the term anymore. I do agree it's a slur. Sure, yeah. It's a derogatory term meant to go after a person's particular fucking skin color, and that's like the only criticism or something. But again, like, it's nowhere near comparable to the words we're talking about. It's fucking stupid.
So why does he care so much about us and not about his friends then? I don't get it.
Because the N-word's like 10 times worse.
I don't really get it. Now explain it.
History, dude. That's all the only explanation that you need. The N-word's been used to justify, well, slavery, or was used to describe those who were suffering under slavery, and the other term in question is used to essentially push back against the people who are cracking the fucking whips, the overseers, the taskmasters of those who were, well, systemically disenfranchised.
No, you don't understand. Because he doesn't believe it. C-word is a slur. Yeah, but his friends do, though. And I know they do. And I know for a fact that some of his close...
Wait, has Hassan said he doesn't believe the C-word is a slur? Is that true? I don't even know. Who cares? Has his orders even said that? I don't know. Who cares? I mean, the point is that this is just really fucking stupid, and XQC is just a fucking moron who's never going to examine any of the history of any of this stuff, because, well, news. This may be news. XQC is just a fucking idiot, okay? He just, licks his finger up, points it up in the fucking wind, and sees where it's blowing, and just goes along in those directions. That's why. It's just fucking stupid. I'll be quite honest here. I don't know, because I'm assuming this is like a recent clip where he probably brought up Destiny. Talked about Destiny saying the N-word openly, which he's had debates about on panel shows and has defended about openly just saying the N-word. That's Destiny. And we're going to be upset about, I don't know, fucking Hassan saying the term cracker. Like... It's just stupid. I'll be honest. Like, these terms are nowhere near comparable. Are they both slurs? Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that. The thing is that, like, one term, significantly less societal impact in comparison to another one. And less historical impact as well. That's, like, the point. It's just, like, this isn't a comparison you can make. It's just fucking stupid. Also, XQC has a new audience to signal to, right? Of a bunch of, like, more right-wing dipshits. So, why not just complain about this shit, right? He's an idiot. They're idiots. So, they can just have their fun with their little idiot off. That spray is doing its job and trying to clear out my nose. Alright, well, let's get into this. I think it's time, right? The big girl herself. Alright. Alright, what we got here? Contra actually putting out her thoughts on Israel-Palestine, which... okay, we're gonna start by doing a little bit of prefacing. This is I think this is an noticeable pattern of behavior that Contra has engaged in before. Contra gets canceled incredulously by a bunch of, like, dipshit fucking leftists looking at you, Mike from PA, and, like, really, really annoying Twitter users and, like, really, really annoying just, like, MLs for the most part. Small minority of fucking people, and then she decides to do a follow-up post in anger because, she is, I suppose stubborn is a term. Stubborn, I guess, is a term that can be used here. But, yeah, what do we got here? What do we have? So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Well, I mean, you're a philosopher, right? Geopolitics isn't your thing. This is the original thing that I even said in my, like, Death of Subjectivity Part 2 video, right? Like, I don't blame Contra for not making a video on, like, a historical geopolitical conflict because, again, like, you probably didn't want to, / didn't feel like it was your place to make a comment on that, right? Like, I think that's fine, right? There's some things that you just don't want to talk about. But the thing is that, like, instead of saying that, you're deciding to, like, talk further and further about it. Like, because you feel like you need to respond to a bunch of shit, and it's whatever. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No, I've posted about Gaza occasionally, and I've quietly given money to Palestinian organizations. But I think what leftists really want for me to join their chorus of anger. Okay. How to deconstruct this. The problem is I don't think anyone's really demanding for that in particular. I'll be quite honest. The thing that she's replying to here is, like, her post where she talked about saying, like, 60,000 Gazans were killed because of what Israel is doing. Which is, broadly speaking, the numbers that are being reported on. And she didn't specify the fact that it is definitely more. That's the thing that stupid, dumb fucking lefties are getting triggered about. Okay? Now, the problem is that it is just death of fucking subjectivity being displayed by the fucking lefties. Because there was nothing wrong in what that initial thread that ContraPoints posted was, right? She was broadly operating off of, like, widely reported information and stuff like that. She probably thinks it's more, but people are being incredibly fucking dishonest and going after her because they have to fucking signal to their audiences saying, like, guys, I'm a part of this table at lunch. Look at me. I'm so hecking based and epic and cool. Please like me. And it's just like, okay, like, we're just not engaging in, like, honest discourse here then. You just want to, like, signal and, like, grift to people. And that's, like, the case for a lot of, like, more stupid, dumb fucking Puritan lefties. However, the problem is that Contra is engaging in a little bit of potential death of subjectivity herself, right? Deciding to just keep posting about it. And maybe not necessarily understanding the position that the lefties are coming from. Or maybe she's just probably overthinking this and is saying things out of anger. Now, I personally believe that it is the latter rather than the former. I think she really understands the position that lefties have and, like, you know, sort of understands that the genocide is really fucking bad. She just wants to elect to not necessarily post anything about it. The problem is that a bunch of, like, annoying ass, like, lefties just want to, like, morally preen and be, like, stupid and kind of annoying about it. Which is, like, you can just ignore those guys. Just be like, okay, I've said the piece. I'm just going off of, like, widely reported, you know, statistics that have been reported in the media. Like, if you don't like that, seethe about it. Like, I'm just going off of that. I haven't looked any further than that. The genocide is bad, free Palestine. And that probably would have been fine. But the thing is that she decided to, like, keep left bashing. And that's, like, the bigger problem that I have, right? If she did the first thing and just ignored them, that would have been fine. But she, you know, went back into the pattern of behavior that ContraPoints has had before. Now, I recently watched her fucking video on canceling, right? And I thought I rewatched it, rather. It's a good video. It's a good video talking about the behavior that a lot of, like, annoying Twitter people will, broadly speaking, engage in to sort of, like, gin up particular, like, cancellation mobs and techniques that they do and shit like that. And her points there were pretty much on point. The problem is now she's basically going further down the rabbit hole herself. Now, she's not really doing the exact same fucking shit as she used to before. Probably not. Is like mostly what I'm going with here. She's mostly just deciding to like repeat a lot of, and we're going to get into it throughout the rest of this sort of Reddit post. She decides to sort of like repeat a lot of the more Israeli sort of Zionist propagandistic talking points. When again, she's just like you're saying, yeah, perfect Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, I gotta admit, she's doing the very same purity testing she accuses the left of, just as bad. Yes, but in a more like liberal sort of Zionist perspective, right? It's the problem that I mostly have is just the left bashing. That's the issue that I have here, which is, you know, not necessarily death of subjectivity, right? She's just honestly, I think she's just mad. She's just angry that, again, the exact same community that she should find sort of rapport with is, again, seemingly, like, stabbing her in the back. Or at least that's what I think in her mind. Or at least what she thinks in her mind. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions, so here they are. Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. 1. Doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed existential panic and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the US after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it. Okay, but the problem is like, if, broadly speaking, you know, you understand what's like going on here, then you should advocate for, you know, the Democratic Party, because that was the party who was in power, is to stop sending armaments to Israel, to not fuel the genocide. That's the fucking problem, right? Because, like, I agree with what Natalie's saying here. You're not going to be able to reason with the Israeli populace. That's not fucking happening, okay? They're completely propagandistically captured, right? Wholeheartedly so, right? It's like, what, like maybe like a 10% amount of like Israelis living in Israel are like anti-Zionist or some shit, right? Like that's like the fucking problem here, right? So saying stuff like this is like not really necessary, right? Like you should do everything possible to try to make it such that the US doesn't help fuel the genocide, because that's what they're doing. Nor was it politically feasible for the US to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. Alright, but you should still try to fight it and not go after people who are trying to fight that, right? It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even the best case scenario would have taken years, so there was a sense of futility. But worse, number 2, misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. Well, yeah, the basis for as to why the whole situation within Israel-Palestine exists is because of Zionism, right? Like, no shit. That's the root cause. That's the basis right there. Theodore Herschel himself, when he wrote his book, talking about like it looks like something colonial or something nationalistic in terms of the description of Zionism in of itself. I'm getting the quote wrong, but close enough. That is opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state, and this is the main fucking problem here. This is the propaganda fucking line. Okay, when Zionists talk about Israel as a Jewish state, what they mean is ethno-nationalism, ethno-supremacy, you know, with Zionists sort of being specifically Ashkenazi Jewish people being the main people that are in control of the state of Israel and pushing out every other sort of minority within there. Because again, like, once they get rid of the Palestinians, do you really not think they're not going to go after MENA Jewish people? Ethiopian Jewish people? I guarantee you they probably will. Because Zionists tend to be very fucking racist. And here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It shrunk the coalition. Zionists is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. Again, the problem is you're conflating Zionism with Judaism. Like, let's be honest here. Zionists and Zionism is not Judaism. They are not congruent positions. One is an ethno-nationalist ideology, and the other is a religious and a cultural affiliation. These are not the same thing. It was politically infeasible. What is a pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't think anyone's really asking that. I think, broadly speaking, if we're talking about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Broadly speaking, they're probably saying, like, stuff that Avi Shleim or fucking Ilan Pape are saying. That Israel should be a one-state, like, there should be a one-state solution with equal rights for all. That is difficult to achieve. It's definitely politically infeasible now, considering what's happened. But like, it's one of those, like, goals that are sort of, like, aspirational in the end. We'll get there, Boy Meets Mini. Like, no lefty is, like, unless they're, like, bad empanada stands and, like, really dumbass fucking American Diabolist type people are advocating for the dissolution of Israel as a state. I don't think anyone's advocating for that because they know that's just not realistic. I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. Again, like, I don't understand, like, which, like, collection of leftists. I've described some leftists who might be championing this doomed cause. But, like, that's not like a large portion of them. It's like a minority of a minority. It's tiny. It introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. Sure, but that's like propaganda, again. On the other hand, there is a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in deliberately equivocal ways, Zog, etc. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. I don't disagree with this. However, no leftist who broadly says that they are anti-Zionists agrees with any of the bullshit, and they very often call out the people like Nick Fuentes, the people like Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, a bunch of other, like, stupid far-right fucking dipshits who pretend to be anti-fucking Zionists, when in reality they're just anti-Semites and just, I don't know, want to see the destruction of Israel because, I don't know, they hate Jewish people. Like, it's a false equivalence, basically, is what I'm saying here. Like, no lefty agrees with, like, right-wing, like, anti-Zionists. Like, none of them. I've like, even, like, the most, like, radical anti-Zionists will call out, like, Nick Fuentes' fucking like, the bad empanada types is what I mean here. Will call out the bullshit that is, Sneeko or Nick Fuentes or the Fresh and Fit pod and all these other, like, complete dumbasses constantly. 3. Dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. Well, it's not only that. Let's be honest here. It's not only the left, okay? It's also the Israelis who are seemingly doing that as well. Okay, let's not be silly here, Natalie. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. I fear this may be worse than useless. Wait. What do you mean no consequential political outlet? Really? What do you mean? Like, hold on. A Democrat approval of Israel. This is from February. That's 33% of Democrats have a favorable view of Israel. Gallup poll. This was about 2 months ago. This is more recent. So this is from March. Less than half in U.S. Now sympathetic towards Israelis. Right? Middle East situation. How are your sympathies more with the Israelis or with the Palestinians? 46% with the Israelis. And it's going down. This is the overall population. It's 33% of the Palestinians, right? This is also Republicans as well. And it's been trending significantly downwards. The Republicans broadly sympathize with the Israelis because they're Republicans and they're terrible. I want the Democrats. Let's see. Republicans more likely to view 83% versus 33% respectively, while Democrats view the Palestinian territories more favorably than Republicans. 45% versus 18%. So that's in March. And this is most recent. June 12th. About a month ago. Just 12% of Democratic voters sympathize more with Israelis than Palestinians. Which means like most don't know or are sympathetic. 12% of Dem voters sympathize with the Israelis. Let's see. What's the breakdown here? I just want the Democrats. 60% of Democratic voters sympathize with the Palestinians, and 29% did not offer an opinion. It's a supermajority. 60%, Natalie. If the Democratic Party, like, okay, Majority Report raised a really good point about this, okay? The Republicans have their culture war topics. This is the Democrats' culture war topics. Right here. It's Israel-Palestine. If you do not sympathize with the Palestinians, nowadays, as a, as a Democratic politician, you're probably cooked. There's a video about this. It's a Harry Enton video talking about this. Let me pull it up. Talk about the sympathies of Palestinians. Let's see. Harry Enton. Palestine. Let's pull up our boy.
This morning, Zohran Mamdani is officially the Democratic nominee.
I just want to get to my
for New
boy.
York City mayor, and he's now.
Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43.
This is a change in 8 years. 56%. This is insanity in terms of the shift here. And I would make the argument, honestly, that a significant portion of this shift happened in probably the past 2 years. 2 years it took for this monumental fucking shift, right? It was probably always, like, consistently, like, plus, maybe, like, 10, 8, 5%, I would say. And then the genocide starts happening, and it precipitously drops in terms of favorability towards the Israelis. This is insanity, dude. And this is in the course of about 8 years. I guess in terms of, like, when this poll was fucking taken. Right?
By 14 points 8 years ago, and then all of a sudden the other side of the equation leading by 57 points. The bottom line is the...
And this is, people aged 18 to 49. Young people. The people who are probably the most important, because they're mostly specifically here, I think, in this segment, focusing Zohran Mamdani. And median age of people in New York, 38 years old, plus 57 sympathies to the Palestinians. If the Democratic Party wants to survive as a party, they have to become more Palestinian, all right? No more fucking AIPAC money. You're fucking cooked. John Fetterman is definitely, his ass is fucking grass. He's totally fucking cooked. But this is the direction that's going on right now with the Democratic Party. They are becoming more significantly sympathetic to the Palestinians. And, like, why wouldn't they be? Like I said before, hey, IDF, as your lawyer, personally, I believe that your soldiers constantly posting the fact that they're just murdering fucking children all the fucking time, you guys should keep going with that. You know, it's going to be a very, very good thing for you guys to be constantly doing in order to garner sympathies amongst the sort of more general U.S. populace. please, Israel, keep posting shit like, I don't know, the mulched remains of bombed fucking children and being proud about it as your little soldiers decide to gallivant about within the homes of Palestinians, putting like women's underwear on their fucking heads, being like, haha, look at me, I'm like a little funny a gremlin clown guy. Woo, woo. And it's just like, yeah, dude. Man, that's gonna be like a great fucking idea for you to be doing in order to ingratiate yourselves more with the populace of the people that you that you, broadly speaking, rely on for the most support for your existence as a state. That's gonna be very, very good. Where were we? Online left sharing no consequential political outlet. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. Natalie, why did you just do it then, dude? You're conflating Judaism and Zionism, and now you're saying that the conflation is dangerous? You just did it, my dude. Okay, nice beam. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes towards Jews in general. Yes, almost as if the conflation that Israel constantly does is bad. Almost as if there's a problem with the conflation that Israel is doing. Natalie? I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical hallucinating. I mean, if they're anti-Zionist Jews, like, yeah, they don't, generally speaking, they understand, like, why, like, what's going on is bad. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, like it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you saying this? This is a very strange, confusing thing. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Wait, I have a question for Natalie. Natalie, have you ever seen, like, or ContraPoints? Did you ever see, like, any of the fucking goddamn videos of, like, the Zionists who consistently drummed up hysteria in order to, like, justify police crackdowns on, like, the student protesters within Columbia University? Because it was the Zionists who were doing that. They did that. Not, like, anti-Zionist protesters. It was the media and Zionists that were doing all of those, particular, like, conflations and hyper-inflation of the sort of, like, anti-Semitism going on university campuses. Like, what do you mean? Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism, but there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns reoccurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that that only Israel can keep Jews safe. The problem is the fact that Israel is making the claim that it can only keep Jews safe, right? So people do the fucking conflation because Israel does the fucking conflation as its main propagandistic line. That's the problem. Like, and you're doing the same thing. That is fucking crazy. One huge cohort she's missing are majority of Zionists who aren't actually Jewish but are evangelical. That is a fantastic point, Boy Meets Mini. A lot of evangelical Christians, which are a huge part of right-wing fucking Zionists, are the ones who do this. How many fucking liberal Zionists are there in reality? I feel like it, like, the only biggest one that I can prominently immediately think of is just Ethan Klein. Like, that's it. And, like, Destiny? Yeah, you want to fucking go to bat for the horseman of hypocrisy. The dude who, like, cries about snark Reddits, but is a participant in snark Reddits very often himself. And Sex Pestiny. So, those are the people you want batting for you, Natalie? Like, come on, dude. Like, for real. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not, but it's something I don't want to risk contributing to, if not outweighed by tangible benefits, so I approach the issue cautiously. Dude, like, Israel has made itself a pariah state. everyone is constantly thinking about sanctioning and cutting ties with Israel. Are they actually going to fucking do it? Maybe, probably not. But the fact that there's like Western countries now thinking about this shows to you just how much the Overton window has shifted on this particular topic alone. Like, quite literally. 4. Bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign has had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. Okay, but this is a little dishonest because, again, like, one of the most Zionists of Democrats was in fucking power, right? Joe fucking Biden. He was just a complete, like, capitulant to Israel. And in fact, like, I don't even think it was fucking goddamn Biden himself. The guy that the majority report constantly mentions is Brett McGurk, right? Brett McGurk is a rabid fucking Zionist, and he was one of the top advisors within the Biden administration. Same with Matt Sullivan and, all the sort of apparatchiks around the Biden administration, right? Like all the like little dipshits that would be trotted out in order to do like really, really pathetic, boring, like easily debunkable propaganda. Like it's really stupid. Yeah, but I guess I'm like talking about more in like an online perspective. Like, yeah, Gal Gadot and Sheryl Sandberg, but who the fuck cares about Gal Gadot and Sheryl Sandberg? Like, they've been like hardly talking about this issue as far as I can tell. Like, who the fuck cares about them? I'm talking about like this is sort of like in terms of online spaces. Like, it's barely anyone. Like, hardly. Barry Weiss? I guess. There's Barry Weiss, but whatever. Ew! Ew! Ooh. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump. It definitely contributed because it depressed a lot of Democratic turnout. Like, it had a hand for sure. Guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years, and making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Okay, but that's kind of like a First Amendment thing. I'm pretty sure if something from Israel comes out that is just morally abhorrent enough, you're gonna fucking see everybody out on the fucking streets saying like, this is some fucking bullshit, dude. Like, fuck right off, man. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. Yeah, because, we have to do the sort of, like, smug, smarmy, like, guys, we also have to think about how this is, like, really bad for fucking trans people. It's like, no one disagrees with that, Natalie. Like, come on, bro. Come on, dude. This is crazy. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support that cause. TLDR, I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video about it. Hopefully it goes without saying that these are just my thoughts. I'm sure other bread tubers have different opinions. Well, that's certainly not false. And I think, like, a big reason for as to why maybe she felt like making this post is because she made a post, she basically retweeted some Rathbone TikTok. Now, here's the thing with, like, dumbasses like Rathbone. I do think that idiots like Rathbone is probably a little anti-Semitic. I'll be quite honest. Because the dude will do the same, like, conflationary thing all the time, equivalent, like, doing, anti-Zionism to anti-Judaism sort of thing that Natalie sort of, like, mentioned before, okay? That guy, I don't like that dude. He's a complete fucking dumbass. But, whatever. Rathbone, oh boy. Very cool. Very, very good. Like, he's, like, I do think this guy is, like, he's a stupid fucking piece of shit. Like, third world is probably Maoist LARPer tier dumbass. But yeah, this guy is not, he's not great. Like, he is bad. Anyone who's, like, actually on the left, besides, like, stupid LARPers, don't really like this dude all that much. I don't really like this fucking guy all that much, because because it makes it such that, like, Natalie here can now have, like, a perfect person to sort of, like, talk about and scapegoat. So it's really, really fucking stupid. Bro literally campaigned for... Wait, Rathbone campaigned for RFK Jr. during the election? There's no... Is that... Can I get a source to that? Please, can I get a fucking source on that? Rathbone RFK Jr. I need a source to that. Oh my fucking lord.
Rathbone, I'm going to let you decide what we call you tonight.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Rathbone, and I'm a musician and a teacher. And sort of like Ian, I just started a TikTok.
Because of the corporations and because of all of the crony capitalists, or what they call themselves capitalists.
Really? Does RFK Jr. pop up? Oh my god, he it's just... It's perfect, man. Oh god, bro. Yeah.
Must have learned in kindergarten. About what?
When was this? I'm curious. 11 months ago? What? Was RFK Jr. doing the sort of what still was doing the sort of like Democrat LARP here stuff? What, 11 months ago? 7 months, that would have been August of last year, right? August of last year. I think at that point it was pretty clear that fucking RFK Jr. was no longer a part of the Democratic Party and was significantly shifting on the right, to the right, trying to run on like the libertarian sort of like independent candidate. So, yikes. Very, very cool, very good. Well, that's great. Great to know. I just want to go over this in particular. Yeah, Cornel West is like also like a lot of like the more sort of like, I don't know if this is like appropriate to say, like hippie sort of like vibe people believe in a lot more like anti-vaccine like conspiracism and skepticism type shit. Blah 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 blah. I think a really good sort of encapsulation of all of this is given here by Alejandra Caraballo. I think ContraPoints' statement is wrong, and I strongly disagree with it, though it never ceases to amaze me how disposable trans women with a platform are. Legit criticism gets quickly carried away and morphs into absurd dogpiling as a form of tall poppy syndrome. This is fucking death of, again, like stuff I've mentioned about before. Death of fucking subjectivity stuff. Again, a lot of like online leftists and fucking specifically Marxist-Leninists, who I think are basically like no different than conservatives. They just drape themselves with a red coat of fucking paint. Quite literally will do the sort of soy LARP shit pretending to be fucking leftist, but in reality they will engage in a lot of the same sort of like non-subjective fucking thinking and sort of like not sort of like going into another person's shoes and thinking about like, okay, well, why is she saying the things that she's saying in particular? And we'll just jump to their particular conclusions that they sort of either have an affiliation to or are a part of particular social groups, so, you know, for the express purpose of signaling to those social groups that they are a part of that particular fucking social group, right? A little rambly what I'm saying there, but in essence, I'm basically saying that very often Marxist-Leninists will engage very often in sort of, well, lunch table sort of politics in order to be able to signal to people saying like, I'm one of the good guys, I'm a part of the good team, I'm good, I am to be appreciated, you know, I am one of you guys kind of a deal, right? All the fucking time, which leads to particularly blinkered styles of thinking and belief, because you're just going to sort of always go down the particular sort of NPC dialogue tree when you are defending a thing, whether it be right or wrong, right? Because they are correct on the issue of Israel-Palestine. However, the problem is, what I'm pointing out here, essentialized thinking and sort of dogmatism, right? Very, very often, people who practice the death of fucking subjectivity are incredibly dogmatic thinkers. Very, very often is the case. I've seen this happen over and over again with just about every trans woman who has achieved any sort of online platform. At some point, they are saying something stupid and it descends into a rabid, vicious dogpile. The net result is few are able to maintain their platforms and influence for very long. I rarely, if ever, comment on intra-community discourse for this very reason. I've seen people lose years-long friendships over a post. Yeah, like, this is a great point here as well. One fucking, like, stupid, dumbass post, and you don't, like, you just drop your fucking friendship. Were you ever friends with that individual to begin with? Just a post. This is what death of subjectivity looks like. Part of what drives posters' madness is someone having everyone in their life turn on them for mistakes online that would be quickly forgotten in an in-person context. Exactly. This is the exact same thing that I mentioned before. Like, ContraPoints is seemingly very susceptible to being perceiving betrayal from those who she thinks are her closest allies. The left, liberals, progressives, what have you. Like, the word can be, like, anything in particular. These are particular sort of, like, behaviors and actions. I'm trying to think of, like, what the best term here is to describe this. It's very difficult and very easy for people to sort of, like, fall into a pattern of feeling like they've been betrayed due to the fact that they feel like all the dogpiling that's going on from people that ostensibly agree with them on, like, 90 or 95% of issues to have, like, a complete fucking conniption on this one particular sort of thing. But that, generally speaking, is not going to be the general case for everybody, right? Although, honestly, the fact that she's, like, doubling and tripling down on this is making people think, like, wow, she kind of, like, sucks on this, like, issue in particular. But again, this is what I've said before. I don't think she's saying this out of malice. I don't think so. I think she's saying this out of rage, anger, and betrayal. She feels betrayed by those she thinks should be her main allies. That's what I actually think. She feels like that she's getting stabbed in the back yet again, sort of in the same thing during, well, the stuff that canceling was describing in that video on canceling, when she had Buck Angel just do voice a fucking line in particular, right? And then every fucking, like, online trans person decided to have, like, a complete fucking conniption about it. This, keep in mind, is a very, very, like, small minority of people, right? I'm not going to generalize here. Like, I said, like, every single... It wasn't really every single one. It's a very, like, small minority of, like, I don't know, bigger, posters and users that were just, like, I don't know, calling Natalie, like, true scum and all this fucking bullshit, right? Well, that's, like, not the case. It's silly and ridiculous, but, like... The problem is that leads to a feeling of being betrayed. And as a result, you may not want to align with those people on those particular issues because you feel like you might misstep one time and it's over. You may want to go to people who may feel more open-minded about particular issues or something and are willing to understand your perspectives and like, ideas about certain things, even though they're not being honest about this at all. This is how you get a lot of people sort of quote-unquote leaving the left. Very often it's very incredulous and it's for, like, grifting behavior. I don't think that this is really the case for Natalie. I don't think so. But these sort of, not perceived betrayals, but betrayals can sort of, like, lead to a snowball effect to, well, essentially people who would be ostensibly, like, big voices, who are ostensibly on her side saying, like, I can't stand for these positions anymore because I just don't agree with, like, any of you people. All because of these, like, really stupid, idiotic fucking attacks and people not engaging in subjective thinking, which should be a hallmark of the fucking left. Turn on the mistakes. The trans community is not unique in this. It's function of people in small, vulnerable communities channeling their struggle to influence the broader world into anger at the people they feel like they can actually influence people in their community. Thus, the reaction to a terrible take and subsequent double down by ContraPoints can be met with more fury than outright genocidal rhetoric by someone on the far right. These dynamics are impossible to avoid, and folks don't have that platform won't understand what it does to you. Again, like, if people are just like there's power within the mob. If there's a big mob shouting at you constantly, that's eventually going to start to affect your mentality, and you're going to have a fucking problem with it, right? Like, eventually. So I keep watching this movie over and over, happening to different trans people who get a platform in the community, knowing that they'll never be able to go outside of online platforms because of it. It's honestly exhausting. It's completely valid to criticize her for a trash take, but this isn't it. Yeah, and they're doing, like, I don't know, some stupid soy LARP shit depicting her as a fucking Nazi or whatever. Yeah, like, I do think the meme of, like, have you been critiquing power is funny, you know, like, they want to endlessly critique genocide of Palestine, but they don't want to, like, do anything about it. Kind of a thing. I think, like, that perversion is funny. It's a bit funny. But, like, this double down is, like, very condescending and fucking snooty. Which is why people are making stuff like this. It's dishonest, right? I do think so. Because I've talked about the sort of, like, original thing that, like, led up all to this. It was a dishonest interpretation from, like, well, I would say a very annoying minority of lefties who think that the genocide that's currently happening in Palestine is the be-all, end-all of all fucking genocides, right? Like, it's bad, obviously, but if we look at, like, historical context, you know, is it, like, the worst thing to happen? Not yet. It very well could be. I have said this before. It certainly can be interpreted as the sort of quote-unquote modern Holocaust of our time. But is it, like, as ContraPoints herself said, uniquely distinct from other points of fucking history? No. And I agree with her on that. This is not particularly unique. That doesn't mean she's not saying it's a good thing. She still thinks it's bad. But it's essentially saying, like, in terms of, like, the arc of the history of the world, this isn't, like, particularly crazy. Not yet. It's bad. No shit. Obviously. But there has been worse out there. And I don't think she was, when she was saying that, I don't think she was, like, doing that as, like, a sort of deflection from the fact that, she's saying that the genocide that's going on in Palestine right now is a particular fucking bad thing, right? But again, a lot of people don't engage in subjective thinking, especially in, like, online spaces and shit like that. And so, you know, the fucking goddamn double down on stuff like this for the perceived betrayal makes it fucking worse. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Minute. Yeah, she knows it's bad, but her underlying framework of understanding is biased toward propaganda. Exactly. There is a way, you know, if a particular person makes the fucking argument or whatever, there is certainly a way in a through line to make the appropriate argument to be able to get Natalie out of that. And you should make that attempt. But a lot of people aren't going to fucking do that. They're just going to inherently just write them off, say that they're, like, genocidal freaks or whatever, say fuck them, fuck you, and just be like, well, you know, you're, like, basically worthless. Like, you are worthless and no one fucking likes you, kind of a deal. It's really bad. It's just bad. I saw the same shit from Indian libs on Kashmir. It's frustrating. Always India-centric and Islamophobic. Exactly, right? Like, it's not only just, Israel-Palestine in particular. Like, we can talk about Myanmar, the Tamil genocide in Sri Lanka, blah, 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 blah. There's a bunch of different examples. But I do have to say, you know, it is a bad look when Ethan Klein is fucking defending you. I gotta say. It's not great, you know? What? Thank you, ContraPoints. It's important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide, pro-Palestine, but also against annihilating Israel. Again, none of these people are advocating for the annihilation of Israel. It's stupid, but then again, I expect no less from this fucking freak who barely seems to understand even, like, the basic tenets of the history that he, you know, fucking defends. It is my belief that any lasting peace must have two elements: Palestinian self-determinations and secure borders for Israel. Again, in terms of secure borders for Israel, what does that exactly mean? inherent segregation of Palestinians from being able to integrate properly with the society, thus meaning it will more than likely still deteriorate into a potential fucking genocide because you are still othering that minority population. Apartheid South Africa is a similar model and example. Without both, peace fails. It's just not true. Ilan Pape, Avi Shlaim have already proposed sort of like solutions to the problems, and that is a one-state democratic solution. Integration. The U.S. was able to integrate with segregated black people, and it went fine. A similar take must be done. And I have advocated for this position for, and I think this is the only way that's going to be possible, a UN coalition must occupy Israel and force integration and allow the Palestinians to have a march of return to their fucking homes that were taken from them during the fucking Nakba. This is the only way. You want to have a lasting fucking solution to this, Ethan, of which you are not interested in at all. A occupation and forced fucking integration is necessary. Forced busing and everything. We all know the fucking meme, right? Reintegration of these populations is the only way forward. But that's not going to fucking... It's currently politically infeasible. Many leftists would rather focus on purity tests and social credits than having meaningful, realistic conversation about creating lasting peace. Well, I just proposed it, Ethan. Would you want that? Would you want that, Ethan? Occupation from the UN, quite literally, a multilateral, multinational coalition of all countries within the UN must go in and force the Israeli state to integrate with Palestinians. Because that is the only way I see potentially being forward to creating a lasting peace. None of this fucking secure border fucking bullshit. None of this fucking segregation type fucking shit like what you're fucking proposing. That's not gonna fucking work, okay? It's inevitably going to lead back up to some potential resentment, othering of populations, and people are gonna start shooting each other again in the fucking streets. The reaction to your posts will prove my point, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately, it won't. Because your point is inherently built off of an idiotic, propagandistic retelling of fucking history. Again, like I've said before, the hallmark of a fucking conservative is quite literally misappropriation of historical events to be able to push political points. Quite literally. So, you know, it's just unfortunate that we kind of have ended up here. I don't think Contra's going to care either way, right? Like, I don't think she's going to clap back, to be honest, to Boy Meets Minnie, because why would she, right? And there's no point. There's no reason. She's probably just going to be like, okay, whatever. I've had enough of this bullshit, which is like, whatever. I don't think it's going to happen. Well, overall, this post here is just... It's kind of dog shit. I'm gonna be honest. This is just a bad post. Like, it's just a bad post. Like, I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides the fact that it's just, like, going along with Zionist propaganda, the line that Israel has constantly pushed, and also does the conflation of Judaism to Zionism. That's the main problem that we have here, to the extent that this is, and also for the extent that this is all about fucking left bashing, quite literally, right? I don't like throwing out the term left bashing constantly, but this is just left bashing. Like, this is what it actually looks like, right? Going along with, like, the sort of, like, Israeli propagandistic line in order to justify saying, like, why the left specifically is only bad on this issue, when the bigger problem is, and we want to focus on root causes and basis of things, the issue is the state of Israel conflating Judaism and Zionism, and doing the conflationary thing in terms of saying that they are the only state that is safe for Israel, even though that they did a bunch of terrorist attacks on Middle Eastern Jewish communities within Iraq, Morocco, Yemen, in order to justify people to start moving from there into Israel, right? Like, that's not... We have historical precedent for this. It's been written about. We know that this has happened, right? declassified information. We know about this, right? So again, the problem is that the whole basis of this is operating off of the framework of Israeli propaganda, which is propaganda. It's inherently dishonest, and I have talked about why it is inaccurate. So it's just unfortunate that the sort of non-subjective thinking leftists have essentially pushed her into this position to sort of like adopt something that I don't think she is saying out of like malice. I think she is saying this purely out of anger and rage of all the people that she perceives is stabbing her in the back, is what I actually think in reality, right? And this is what this is honestly the consequences of death of subjectivity, right? I do think that ContraPoints in and of herself is partially engaging in a little bit of death of subjectivity in and of herself, but it's nowhere near as bad as, say, like a lot of the right-wingers and the stupid Marxist-Leninists who are also engaging in the behavior, prescribing particular positions, thoughts, and beliefs onto Natalie of herself, making it such that she now adopts this in particular and writes a stupid, like, snooty, like, condescending Reddit post about it, saying, like, actually, I hate the left, you guys are stinky, and here's a bunch of Israeli fucking propaganda. And it's just like, well, it's just unfortunate that we kind of like find ourselves in this position, right? Because this is a wretched post. This is a bad post. But she's saying this out of, well, dismay and anger, quite literally. So, I don't know. I don't think there's really much else to say this besides the death of subjectivity is cringe. I hate it. It sucks. And ContraPoints is cringe posting on main, and Ethan Klein is a loser. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Nice.
Very cool, folks. Very good. We love doing a little bit of trolling, folks. We're woke. Very woke.
We moving. That nasal spray is certainly doing its job.
It's doing a great job, folks. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, folks, it's doing a fantastic job.
Ay, dude. It's just, honestly, I just feel kind of, it just feels unfortunate. That's, like, really all I have to say about any of this stuff. It's just like, man, this shit sucks, bro. You know? Just sucks.
Just not cool. Not good, folks. Let me tell you.
The fuck is this fucking soy LARP shit, dude? God, I hate the fact that everything is like so soy and stupid. Wait, Nick Adams was nominated to be the next United States ambassador to Malaysia. That's so fucking funny. That fucking alpha male, stupid, dumbass clown is the ambassador to Malaysia. That's so fucking good, bro. Oh my god. That's so fucking fun. That guy is that dude's a fucking goober. Yeah, Australia ain't sending its best.
Very cool, folks.
Man, I want to play more Factorio, but I have to save it for the thing. To save it for stream.
Just want to play Factorio, folks. Sometimes, born to play Factorio. But forced to be cringe. I'm forced to be cringe, dude.
Oh yeah, that's a sad bit of news, I'll be honest. The voice actor, a big Pokemon voice actor, I think just died. Voice actor for James Meowth, I think, as well. As well as like a bunch of different Pokemon and other characters died. It's an F. Let me pull up that man. As we all know, James, absolute fucking icon, right? Absolute fucking icon. We love Jesse and James. Yeah, voiced Oak as well. Gary. Yeah, it's unfortunate, dude. This man was Carnivine. That's crazy. Man, but tons of fucking characters. Oak. Gary. Meowth. James. 07 or a real one, dude. 07, dude. You hate to see it, folks.
Death is kind of cringe, folks. Let me tell you. Kind of cringe. Kind of cringe. Gotta say. Gotta throw that out there, folks. Let me tell you. Death. Kind of cringe.
Ugh. We can say this about, like, I don't know, there's so many fucking cool voice actors who have fucking died. Right? We've done so much VO work for, like, really, really prominent, popular shows, and it's just like, well, damn. That's kind of crungus. It's kind of kring. Kring! Got a close to the visit to the ER. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Induced coma? Why was there an induced coma?
Induced coma. What the?
He was unresponsive in his hotel room. Uh-oh. What's the reasoning for that? Or they just not know yet. Some, like, random shit happened. Because honestly, like, that's the thing with, like, induced comas and shit. Didn't say, right? Because, like, just random fucking shit can just happen, right? It's just like, oh, oops, coma. And it's just like, alright, well, you know, get cooked, I suppose. Or some shit. Oh, are fucking people complaining about the Destiny tweet about victims of fucking Texas? Are we doing, like, the whole stupid, like, edgy, like, policing of edgy joke shit? I'll be honest. It was an edgy joke. It was funny, though. It was a good joke. Good. Listen, credit where credit is due. I'll give that one the Destiny. It was a good tweet. Good tweet. Good tweet. It was a good one. I'll give you this one, Esteban Bonoblo. I heard God killed those kids because they were using @NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. God. It's funny. It's funny. It's good. It's a good tweet. It's a good tweet. It's funny. I don't like joking about disasters like that, but I mean... Yeah, what was he even responding to? I'm confused. Oh, it's probably someone trying to put out some fucking conspiracy theory, right? Right? I've been trying to wrap my head around how the flooding in Texas became so devastating so quickly. Why not evacuate? It's literally an area called the Flood Valley. It's got a nickname. So you know the floods are pretty bad there, so. Oh, well, yeah, it is clown shit. Then I saw this. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes, around 4 a.m. Yeah, exactly. It's not Destiny blaming the kids, right? You know, he's more so trying to go after, like, Republican evangelicalism or some shit, right? Because, again, it was, like, a Christian camp that mostly, like, suffered that, right? Because what? Very often, a lot of, like, Christian evangelicals are going to be, you know, anti-climate change. Like, they're going to be climate change deniers, for example, right? Due to the fact that they see this as the rapture, right? Their, like, inherent sort of prophecy coming to light, right? This is what I mostly see the line there. It's just like, okay. I mean, you know, it's real edgy, but that's true. Probably, but Christian camps can also be progressive. Sure, but, like, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, exactly. Like, this one probably wasn't. It's just, like, I think that's more so what Destiny is sort of going along with, right? But I get what you're saying. Joke's still pretty funny, though. It's very edgy, but still funny. Yeah, we'll talk about this shit. Just waiting for the phlegm to be clearing out. So what's up, Zane? How you doing, bud? You know, I still don't understand the fucking horse game. I'm not gonna lie. Like, is it a gotcha game or something? Still don't get it. Still don't understand what the vibe is here. I just know there's like horse girls. It's an anime. And it's fucking anime. Yeah, it's fucking anime. And there's like horse girls or some shit, right?
We love anime, folks. Let me tell you. Don't you love anime? I love anime. Do you love anime? I love anime, folks. Let me tell you. Very important to be a big fan of anime.
Anywho, why don't we just keep going? All right, guys. Did you hear that ICE is still in LA? Boy Meets Mini, I bet you can attest to this, right? You know, they're still trying to snatch up a bunch of people, right? Is it a correct assumption? They're everywhere, dude. I know that, like, Karen Bass is saying, like, can you guys please fuck off? And Gavin Newsom filed the lawsuit, but it's always going to proceed through the courts, and it's going to take, like, a whole fuck-a-muggy, rigmarole kind of a time, and just, like, take a long-ass time. Local car wash shut down. Well, unlucky. Might not be in business much longer. That's sad. Listen, you gotta go. Listen, you gotta go. If they open it back up, you gotta get in there, get the full premium, full wash down, interior, fucking get the whole rigmarole. Fuck them again. Give them all the money, right, to be able to start back up their business and shit. Boy Meets Mini, you gotta do your consumerist leftist praxis, which is what, like, I don't know, every dumbass seemingly thinks that, like, I don't know, leftists do or something. Yeah, that's some real critical racing theory. That's true. Well, anywho, the raids, they're still going on and stuff. ICE is still there. I don't know, gallivanting about, being probably cringe and LARPy. I assume the lawsuits proceeding along the current legal courts and avenues, but we all know about the infamous fastness of the U.S. court system, of, you know, epic proportions and stuff like that. But there's like a bunch of fucking Humvees on the street, dude. Like, what the fuck is this, man? Yeah, we've seen videos like that, right? Where they went out to raid a bunch of, like, agricultural centers and stuff like that. It looked like fucking slave catching shit. It's fucking crazy. It's like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, yeah, man. Like, we need to, like, I don't know, run up and down along in order to catch those accursed brown people that are picking our nuts and stuff. Nah. Our great Californian agricultural center. Nah. And shit like that. But yeah, what do we got here?
Troops are now moving down Wilshire. They're headed towards central LA right now. You can see lots of reinforcements.
Bro, what the fuck is... Why? Look at these, like, soy LARPers trying to do, like, pretend occupation of, like, Los Angeles, bro. Like, what are they fucking practicing for Baghdad again, dude? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
And a huge presence right now.
A bunch of Humvees, bro.
This is very big.
Yo, this is really epic and awesome that this is happening, dude.
Wow, this is really big. You can see.
So that's cool. Or we got, like, a fucking random convoy just, like, going about in, like, LA for, like, I don't know, just for, like, black bagging a bunch of brown people or some shit. But what do we got here? Absolutely outrageous. LA mayor calls out federal agent presence in MacArthur Park. So that's where that convoy was going. I believe this is in Boy Meets Mini, you can attest to this, right? You can tell me if this is the case or not. That this is where it's like a more immigrant area of LA, right? If I'm correct or not, you know, you feel free to correct me, blah, 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 kind of a deal. But yeah, we all know, like, I mean, again, the state of California and everything, they're trying to do what they can in order to sort of, like, mitigate the fucking problems. The problem is it's going to take time. It's going to take time, right? Like, it's kind of, like, inevitable with, like, a shit like this. right? That's like the really only recourse of action that they have. So it's just like, you know, like what else can you really do besides protest, continue filming, like documenting the actions of like these Gestapo fucking freaks? Because this is what this is. Like all these like loser militarized ICE freaks that they're just a bunch of like dumbass little Gestapo morons and troglodytes gallivanting about, being like, "Oh, look at me! I'm going to round up these immigrants!" Woo! It's just like, bro, you're so goofy.
The world needs to see the troop formation on horses walking through the park in search of what? They are walking through the area where the children play. The children had to be ushered off.
Like, look at these dudes, dude. They're just like, look at these dumbasses, bro. They're just like marching, bro.
What's happening in MacArthur Park? What theater? On the 6-month anniversary, after all, of these fires. That's the message from the polluted heart of the President of the United States. The polluted heart of Stephen Miller.
Dude, it's so it really is just soy Reich, dude. Soy LARP bullshit. Because, like, what is the point of any of this stuff? Like, I don't know. So they can, like, gallivant about and justify their fucking presence or something? Like, what is the point of any of this? Like, was there anyone in the fucking park? Is anyone doing anything wrong? It's stupid. Yeah, because it's also federalized. Newsom can't deploy them. Yeah, to make them fuck off. It's really stupid. And the thing is like, the federalization of the California National Guard was also fucking illegal, right? Or justified on, like, legally dubious fucking claims, which is what the lawsuit currently is about. But that's gonna have to work through the fucking court systems. It's really, really stupid. Like, so, I mean, again, that man Gavin Newsom is just like, I'm doing everything I can on my side. I can't do anything else besides just let them gallivant about. I have no control currently right now. Because, again, the law that I'm mentioning that's being broken here is the administration is supposed to notify the governor of the state saying, like, we are going to federalize the National Guard. The Trump administration did not do that. It's fucking crazy. I wonder if National Guards from neighboring states have mutual aid agreements with California. I have no idea about that one, Boy Meets Minnie.
To me, this is another example of the administration ratcheting up chaos by deploying what looked like a military operation in an American city. Now, you can spin it any way you like.
She ain't lying.
In my opinion, it's a political agenda of provoking fear and terror. Frankly, it is outrageous and un-American that we have federal armed vehicles in our parks when nothing is going on.
I mean, she's right? Like, this isn't ridiculous to say. It's very fucking stupid. But, like, it's like, can she get, like, LAPD to arrest them? I think they would be significantly fucking outgunned, right? Would that be, like, an escalation of the situation? It's their jurisdiction? That is true, right? They could do civil arrests of these fucking ICE agents, right? I'd have to, like, look up the sort of, like, legal justifications for that. Like, it could be very dubious at best. Maybe Karen Bass isn't going ahead with, like, LAPD to sort of, like, have them arrest, like, all these, like, federal agents because, like, what would the Trump administration do as a consequence of that? Probably, like, send more troops and try to occupy the, try to occupy the fucking city, try to arrest Karen Bass or some shit, and it would just, like, have the sort of, like, escalation sort of thing. There's probably an escalation. Yeah, like what I'm saying, let's think about this for 3 seconds. Karen Bass deploys the entire resources of the LAPD in order to arrest the federal agents, right? The Trump administration does what? Well, first they would do, like, a stupid dumb fuck media tour crying and complaining about the LAPD arresting ICE agents, saying like, I can't believe that Karen Bass is sort of deploying agents here, and sort of, you know, and not only just like deploying police officers to arrest ICE agents and stuff like that, but like, would they call like for the Sedition Act? I don't know what the seditious sort of act or whatever act is in the U.S. to call for sedition, and then like go with like military occupation of the state, right? And try to like arrest Karen Bass and try to arrest Gavin Newsom for this like sort of perceived deployment of a city because what the federal government is doing is illegal, right? Like quite literally, right? Like that's not hyperbolic or ridiculous to say. Los Angeles is a sanctuary city, and you know, for all the like soy talk about states' rights and all this other bullshit, Republicans are totally okay with throwing that completely out of the window, right? And when it suits them politically, they don't give a shit about the law. Party of Law and Order has never cared about the law ever. That's like really the only consequence. I'm not sure exactly though. Like, does what I'm saying here broadly sort of like make sense, right? Like, there's like a sort of like escalation consequence to all of this, even though like I do think it would be appropriate for Karen Bass to deploy the Los Angeles Police Department to enforce laws of Los Angeles, because the federal government is currently breaking them, and then like maybe like lead to like a whole like Supreme Court fuck-a-McGee rigmarole kind of a deal. Like, I think what I'm essentially saying here is that it would be a complete fucking shit show, basically. What do we have here? Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is condemning federal agents and National Guard troops for descending on City Park on Monday, July 7th. Armored vehicles, mounted officers, and armed troops briefly swarmed the city's MacArthur Park Monday morning before leaving. I think that's probably the reason why, Boy Meets Minnie, that she's not deploying the LAPD is because there's National Guard troops there, right? Like, would they be arresting National Guard troops? That seems like a potential shooting of yourself in the foot kind of a deal. It's a situation that's like very legally complicated sort of a deal. I don't have like the wherewithal or 100% know-how in order to be able to justify like what potentially could happen here, but I can come up with like some potential scenarios, but it would just probably make a shit show that's already like a big fucking shit show into just like a complete fucking mess. And it would probably allow the sort of administration to pursue further military crackdown, right? Is what I think could potentially happen. Bass said 20 children were playing at the park before the troops surged through and shared footage of federal officers running through the park. Frankly, it's outrageous and un-American that we have federal armed vehicles in our parks when nothing is going on in our parks. Bass said in a Monday news conference, it is outrageous and un-American that the federal government that seized our state's National Guard illegally. It's outrageous and un-American that we have U.S. Marines who are trained to kill foreign soldiers overseas deployed in our American city. Also, I think illegally. Is this the press conference? There's mostly clips in the first video.
Good morning, everyone. It's not just the lawsuit. It's also the inquiries from the Government Oversight and Reform Committee in the House, the Secretary of Transportation, and what they are essentially doing is trying to lay a foundation that there was some complicity with the city government, and the protests that took place, especially in terms of the vandalism, which is ridiculous.
That's the argument. Wait, they're trying to make the argument that the city itself was complicit in the burning of 5 fucking Waymo vehicles. Are you for real? Bro, that's some... No, they burned the Waymo vehicles! Yeah! I can't believe they would burn them! That means we need to do military occupation of the city! Yeah! Bro, that's the most clown shoes fucking shit I've ever heard of in my life. Yeah, dude, 5 self-driving electric vehicles that got ordered by some dude got pushed over and burnt down. So therefore, we need to federalize the National Guard and attempt to do military occupation of one of the biggest cities in the United States of America. Broadly, do people understand just how fucking stupid that is? That's like ridiculous, dude.
Of course not. What the federal government should do is stay in Washington.
Yeah, it seems reasonable.
And remove the troops and do not have ICE raids in our city. That's what the federal government should do.
Seems reasonable. Because again, Los Angeles is a sanctuary city. They have their own city laws. They have sanctuary policies. ICE is not allowed to do what they're doing. Sucks to suck. Starting to cut federal funds. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, because Los Angeles as a city doesn't make enough fucking money in order to be able to sustain itself. Not the federal funds that Los Angeles supposedly... Get the fuck out of here, dude.
We are going to be doing a deep analysis to see how we would respond. What would the impact be if federal funding was pulled? But you know, you can't govern the city that way. We have to function and move forward. And
yeah, you could do like an allocation of state resources to make up for federal funding cuts to Los Angeles, right? You could just do that. Like, okay, get fucking owned, idiots. Nice job of cutting the federal funds, you fuckasses.
And do the best that we can given these circumstances. You know, the irony is that we received a lot of help in the beginning with the fires, and then all of a sudden it was a dramatic change.
Nice fucking meme, dude. What the fuck is this? Oh, the Paxton stuff. Okay, whatever. I don't care about that right now. The mayor said on X that she visited the park the second she heard about what was happening and ordered the person in charge to leave immediately, calling the scene absolutely outrageous. She described what occurred as a military-style operation designed to strike fear in the heart of our city. And I do agree with Karen Bass's point, saying that this is like a sort of political petri dish, an attempt to do like, I don't know, exercises on if, you know, Donald Trump decides to drop all the pretenses and go with like military police state fascistic crackdown for, I don't know, like no reason. Maybe like, I don't know, during like the midterms or some shit. And I do think like the Republicans are more than likely going to get fucking trounced in the midterms. Like, again, still a year out from that. Anything can fucking happen, but considering all the idiotic nonsense that this administration is constantly pulling, like, even given how unpopular the One Big Beautiful Bill is, even amongst Republicans, it's not looking great, to be honest, for the Republicans' chances in the midterms. Not going to be great. It's like, I think they just want to do, like, exercises to see, like, well, we're just going to do some exercises. We're going to see, like, what happens if we have to do military occupation, folks. How shocked would you be if all the blue states were targeted? Oh, it's going to only be the blue states, I'm pretty sure, right? Where the military resources would be deployed. Not at all. And in the blue cities, right? Even in the, like, Republican states, right? There's always, like, the blue dots, and it's always in the bigger cities, right? We will not be afraid and we will not be divided. We will stand together, she wrote. According to an ex-post from the Department of Defense, troops were present in the park to ensure safety of federal agents. Yeah, man, totally. Because, like, people walking up and calling these dumbasses fucking Nazis is totally sort of... And Gestapo fucking freaks is really not endangering these very, very principled ICE agents that are going around and just blackbagging random fucking brown people that they see. Yeah, sure, bro. Los Angeles City Council member Eunices Hernandez, whose district encompasses MacArthur Park, said on X that armed troops were terrorizing street vendors, elders, and even children at summer camp. Yo, that's fucking based, dude. USA Today reached out to the National Guard for a comment. Pentagon spent nearly $134 million on National Guard deployment. Based! Waste of federal resources for some soy LARP shit. That's cool. Bass has criticized the National Guard presence in LA, arguing that it is abnormal for them to be deployed without a governor's request. Yep, it is illegal. Last month, President Donald Trump deployed 4,000 National Guard the troops and 700 Marines to the city in response to protests against federal immigration enforcement, which is illegal. We've talked about this before. LA is a sanctuary city. Them doing federal immigration enforcement is illegal. They can't do that. The president has defended the decision, writing on Truth Social that if we didn't send out the National Guard, Los Angeles would be burning right now. All they fucking did, basically, was burn down 5 Waymo vehicles. That's the justification that the Trump administration is using this attempted military crackdown on. 5 fucking Waymo vehicles. Like, get the fuck out of here with this stupid bullshit, dude. Defense officials said the Pentagon spent $134 million for the 60-day deployment. Byron McDonnell, special assistant to the defense secretary, explained that the costs included travel, housing, and food, adding the funds came out of operations and maintenance accounts. Governor Gavin Newsom attempted to block the federal incursion in California and later filed a lawsuit against Trump and accused the president as well as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth of trying to use the assets to help ICE conduct raids. Now, we could take a look at some of these, like, fucking ICE raids, right? Like, quite literally. It's just, like, the stupidest fucking bullshit that's going on, right? This is in Ventura County in California, right? They're just, like, running around, just tear gassing random fucking farm workers. Wait, hey, Trump, what happened? I thought you cared about the farmers. What happened? Wait, what's going on here? That's crazy. That's cool. So that's cool. Hey, here's a random heist raid going on in Walmart. Why? I don't know. Some dude was just working day shift or something. Maybe just buying some stuff from fucking Walmart. That's cool. That's fucking epic. Fantastic. And there's more footage from Ventura County. Very, very, very funny. I don't know, some dumbass Republican justifying
using
all
this really incendiary rhetoric and showing up at ICE facilities and saying it's inspiring that people are going after and targeting ICE using words like...
Yeah, because, again, what you guys are doing is illegal with ICE. You're using them as a, an arm of the state for just random policing and blackbagging of people. Because, again, Stephen Miller decided to put a quota on these fucking losers, these Gestapo fucking freaks, on detaining a bunch of people who have more than likely done absolutely nothing wrong. So that's pretty cool. Like, soy, cry about it more. Who gives a fuck? Less than lethal bullets and tear gas canisters. Again, still Ventura County. What do? Probably fucking nothing. That's cool. That's based. That's epic. We love the fact that there's like a bunch of like soy LARP bullshit that's like going on here. It's fantastic. Here's like a random dude who probably was just walking along. What did he do? I don't know. He wore a soccer jersey or some shit and is getting blackbagged because of it. That's cool. That's great. U.S. citizen is seeking $1 million in damages after he was detained and arrested for filming an ICE officer. Hey, what happened? Hey, free speech. What happened to free speech? Again, we can go through all the like constant examples, but ICE, MacArthur Park. Let's focus specifically on the main sort of like perpetrator. They're doing all their like stupid soy LARP shit right here, just like marching in a park with their horses and their little buggies and shit like that. Doing what exactly? I don't know. Cringe dumbass shit. Very, very cool. Very, very, very based that they're doing this. Very excellent and cool. More soy shit. Here's them just walking. They're just walking. For what purpose exactly? I don't know. Going after like 20 fucking children. Yeah, exactly. But like, the one thing that you should do is just make fun of them. Call them fucking losers. Being like, man, these guys are stupid, cringe fucking idiots that they're fucking doing this for like no fucking reason, right? Because that's why they're doing this, right? Stupid, cringe morons that are just like cracking down on this for like nothing. So that's cool.
ICE and DHS just completely raided the park. Over 150 officers, authority personnel. They had fully militarized vehicles, horses. They were armed to the gild. Activists came in through here 15 minutes before they raided the park and cleared as many people out as they could. It's a crazy scene here. Basically, people chased them away, so they didn't actually get to take anyone away. They used it as a photo op, and I'm not entirely certain how that works in their favor because it's one of the scariest scenes I've ever seen. Here.
Good fucking point. Again, it's all about the intimidation. It's like practice for military occupation of cities when inevitably, I don't know, Trump decides to randomly drop all pretense and says like, "Oh, it's time for full fascism. We're gonna do the military police state in order to grab more fucking power for ourselves." Very cool. Very excellent. Totally normal, level-headed, non-mentally ill protesters begin to gather in response to the ICE raids at MacArthur Park. Maybe because what they're doing is illegal, you fucking dumbass. Yeah, dude. Definitely not like mentally ill people calling a bunch of Gestapo LARPers fucking, I don't know, probably Nazis or some shit. Just filming them. I wonder why these people might be upset. I wonder. Well, anyway, we're going to do a little bit of pageantry, okay? The Lincoln Project. For once in their lives, did something not cringe. You love to fucking see it. What do we got here?
Alcatraz, an impregnable prison camp surrounded by miles of the most deadly parts of Florida. Poisonous snakes, fierce and hungry alligators, miles of unmapped swamps, storms, hurricanes, fierce heat. No one's getting out of Alligator Alcatraz. The people in Alligator Alcatraz are subhumans, the worst of the worst. Alligator Alcatraz is going to teach these criminals a lesson. If you're upset by Alligator Alcatraz, just wait. Because when the Trump era ends, we're keeping it open for the corrupt crypto scammers like Don Jr.
Based! Holy shit, they are so fucking based. Again, I'll mention the caption here, right? One day, Alligator Auschwitz will be filled with the ones who built it. It is incredible to see that the Lincoln Project, the sort of like, I don't know, stewards of the anti-Trump sort of Republicans, more moderate conservative right-wingers, are posting something as radical as this shit. Saying like, yeah, these fucking freak right-wingers, these Republican MAGA losers, these fascists, should be put into the fucking Auschwitz that they fucking built for themselves. Because fuck these people. What they are doing is incredibly fucking illegal and full of shit. I think that this is the Lincoln Project potentially recognizing in of itself that there is no redemption for the Republican Party, and that the only way to root out this fucking evil is by doing it more than likely through force. Because, you know, there is no other way that you're going to be able to get rid of this absolute fucking rot besides just completely tearing it down and building it up again.
Cashed in on the presidency, keeping it open for folks like Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, and Tom Homan, who ignore the law, ignore court orders, and deploy masked cops in warrantless raids. We're even keeping it open for the state and federal agents who abuse their power. You built this, MAGA, and some of you will enjoy the view from inside the wire.
Holy shit, they are fucking cooking, dude. It's crazy that even these namby-pamby super moderate fucking Republicans supposedly are now saying like, yeah, fuck these guys, just throw them all into jail, put them in the fucking Auschwitz they build. These guys are pieces of shit. They can all just go fuck themselves. You'll love to see it, folks. In any case, should be fairly obvious here that, you know, everything that's going on in LA, you know, as a part of the sort of ICE LA saga that's still happening, where the Trump administration is just saying like, well, you know what? We're just going to deploy the Gestapo, folks. We're going to deploy them, put them in, round up all the illegals, all the migrants, because fuck them. We're going to get rid of all of them. And everybody is broadly speaking coming out and saying like, fuck that, dude. Like, what you people here are doing is completely abhorrent, illegal, and should be treated with the same derisive attitude and just calling out of these Nazis, these freaks, these fascists, like it should be done. Like it should have been done forever ago. So, you know, we love the fact that, you know, the even like moderate Republican organizations like the Lincoln Project and more liberal sort of normie Democrats are becoming more and more significantly radicalized because of this complete utter bullshit that's going on. So I don't really know what else to say about this. I don't think there's really much else to say about that besides fuck ICE, fuck the Republican Party, fuck Trump, fuck all these stupid Nazi fascistic little freaks who want to use this as like a petri dish to test how military occupation would be tested out, and also what the fucking goddamn the concentration camps that are being built within the fucking United States of America, how they might be potentially fucking looking. Fuck these fucking freaks. I really wanted to click that X so badly because it was like triggering the fuck out of me. So I just wanted to see what would happen. I just wanted to see what would happen. Sometimes you just get like the intrusive thoughts and you're like, what's this? Click. Oh. It's very funny.
Very good, very cool, folks. Let me tell you, fantastic, important things are going on, folks. Very, very crucial, very critical things, folks. Let me tell you, very good, very cool, folks.
You know, a good thing to help hand-eye coordination, to be honest. Just like get a thing and just like start twirling it, tossing it up in the air. You know, I'm looking at the webcam, I'm looking at the OBS right now. Still throwing this pen up, just catching it. All about those peripherals. Now, am I saying that because I'm autistic? Probably. But, you know. Zane, are you still here, bud? Take a look at your emote that you made. It's a pretty good emote. Let's pull this bad boy up. I have no slots left. Curses. I've been defeated in the marketplace of ideas. It's pretty good. Simple, clean, you know? Kingdom Hearts. It's pretty good. Simple and clean. But isn't there like a follower, like a thingy where you can add your own emotes via like 7TV or some shit for your channel? I'm curious. No, but I see, when I typed in ice, I see the ice symbol from Pokemon. That's one of the things I'm seeing. I agree. Well, it's either that or lean. Of which, you know, I also agree with. Lean. Let me see, can I add these shitters? Uploaded emotes. Just fixing old Game Shark shit. Dark Sector only supports 4x3. Need to change it to 16:9. That's fun.
Very cool. Very cool, very good, folks. We love that, folks.
How do I fucking upload this shit? Fuck it, we'll upload it. Open in browser. Why am I doing it like that? I'm a dumbass. Save image. Ice. Because I don't have any more emote slots. I can't fit this shit in. I'm not making this a subscriber emote. What should I name this thing? Huh? No ice? Nah. I'll get back to this. Don't know what to name this shit. Alright. What we got? Fice. For fuck ice. That's good. That's good. Fice. Fice it is. That works. Fice. Upload. Fice. Drag and drop that bad boy. Tags. Ice. Emote still processing. Refresh. Unlisted. Just wondering what that would do. Fice. Whatever. Now we have it. We have Fice.
We do a little bit of trolling, folks. Let me tell you, we got Fice. All caps. Fice.
Ain't the end of the world.
Not the end of the world, folks. Got Fice now.
That'll work. No. Maybe. I don't know. I was uploaded, so Probably takes time. Yeah, probably. Well, it's uploaded, so it'll do its thing. It's all ready, though. Let me get rid of this thing. Okay, like, I just want to thank you. All right. All right. More tariff stuff. Oh boy, I love tariffs. I guess we're doing the whole new rigmarole fuck McGee with tariffs again. Let's do more tariffs. Yay. Wasn't there like some deadline or some bullshit and that's why people are talking about this complete nonsense again? Whatever. We're starting with Canada. In letter to Carney, Trump announces 35% tariff on all Canadian imports to the U.S. That's so epic that the U.S. is going to be forced to pay more taxes. Because again, let's not forget what an import tariff basically is. Whoa. It's just like forcing the U.S. consumer to have to pay more for products. Because that's what always fucking happens, right? Company orders a particular thing from across the border or out of the border or whatever. They bring it in. There's a tariff that gets slapped on that product. And oftentimes that'll be furloughed onto the consumer when the corporation is just like, we have to pay for that doodad or whatever. has to justify, like, well, we just lost profits, now we have to raise prices in order to justify this loss in profits because of the dumbass in chief who has, like, this particular obsession with the 1880s, thinking that tariffs are like how tariffs work. It's like a civilization game where you do tariffs and all of a sudden you make more money out of it. It's like, that's not how that works. Like, or rather, you make a trade deal and then you make money out of it. It's like, that's not how that works. It's not. It doesn't work like that. It's silly, stupid. What do we have here? Probably have to read this in Trump's voice. Probably. Whatever.
Dear Mr. Prime Minister, it is a great honor for you to send this letter. In that it demonstrates the strength and commitment of our trading relationship.
Oh wait, no, this is fucking. Oh, this came from the White House. No, this came from the White House. Why is it saying like this? Nah, it's weird. Whatever.
And the fact that the United States of America has agreed to continue working with Canada, despite Canada having financially retaliated against the United States.
Dude, you were the one who initially attacked us. You wanted to annex us. You were saying that we're the 51st state, and we're the ones that slapped the initial tariffs, right? Those are the 25% like steel and aluminum tariffs, because I don't know, it's really, really funny that you're complaining about those things in particular, because man, you could definitely source a lot of that stuff for your stupid, dumb fucking car manufacturing sector very, very easily. Yeah, retaliated is very rich coming from Trump. Whatever.
As you would recall, the United States imposed tariffs on Canada to deal with our nation's fentanyl crisis, of which like 0.2% comes across the fucking like border from Canada. Again, most fentanyl that comes in up through the south of the border comes in through legal ports of entry. It's not illegally fucking smuggled in, which you seemingly think you do. It's really fucking stupid. Which is caused in part by Canada's failure to stop the drugs from pouring into our country. Instead of working with the United States, Canada retaliated with its own tariffs.
Yeah, because again, there's no evidence or basis for any of this shit. It's just like schizo fucking idiot fucking nonsense. It's fucking stupid. Because again, it's like 0.2% of fent goes through the Canadian border into the United States. The basis of these tariffs is just stupid.
Starting August 1st, 2025, we will charge Canada a tariff of 35% on Canadian products sent into the United States, separate from all sectoral tariffs. Goods transshipped to evade this high tariff will be subject to that higher tariff. As you are aware, there will be no tariff if Canada or companies within your country decide to build or manufacture products within the United States.
Well, that's what this is really all about. It's like stupid, dumb fuck isolationism bullshit when, again, the United States does not have the current facilities in order to be able to justify doing these idiot, dumb fucking tariffs. Like, when I'm saying that this shit is just really, really dumb, and that the Trump administration is doing this for, like, basically no reason, this is what I mean. This stuff is stupid. It's based off of basically nothing. And it's just incredibly rich and idiotic that these fucking charlatans and morons and these troglodytes are just doing something that is not economically sound and is being done off of the basis of basically fucking nothing, right? Saying that, oh, it's because of all the fentanyl that's coming into the United States through the Canadian border. It's ridiculous, dude. I think they're just mad about our swag or something. I don't know. Whatever.
Decide to build or manufacture products in the United States, and we'll do everything possible to get approvals quickly, professionally, routinely. In other words, in a matter of weeks.
Really? There's no fucking way you're gonna get the approvals to plot the land in order to be able to build all the fucking factories. And it's gonna take a lot of time to build the factories. Again, this isn't like fucking Factorio where you plop down building and then all of a sudden, oh, factory, look at factory. It's just like, that's not how that works. It's stupid.
If for any reason you decide to raise your tariffs, then whatever number you choose to raise them will be added onto that 35% that we charge. Also, I must mention that the flow of fentanyl is hardly the only challenge we have with Canada, which has many tariff and non-tariff policies and trade barriers, which cause unsustainable trade deficits against the United States.
He still doesn't understand the reasoning why he has a trade deficit with us. You attempted to fucking bully OPEC into lowering fucking oil prices. It didn't work. The oil prices rate went up, and as a result, gasoline prices went up. This was about in 2017. There was a TikTok about this of a dude who looks into this stuff saying like, yeah, he tried to like coerce OPEC into lowering gas prices. It didn't work. And as a result, OPEC was just like, haha, that's funny. We're going to send less barrels of oil to you. You can go fuck yourself. And as a result, had to import a bunch of oil from us, thus causing a trade deficit. Because in reality, the US actually had a bit of a trade surplus with us. So, whatever. It's fucking stupid.
Canada charges extraordinary tariffs to our dairy farmers, up to 400%.
Trump, I have some bad news for you. Do you understand what a production quota is? Oh, no? So, in order to help facilitate our own domestic dairy manufacturing, we want to make sure and ensure that not too much U.S. product floods our markets. So, what do? We propose a tariff on an amount of dairy that exceeds a particular amount. Let's say it's 1 million gallons of milk or some shit. If you decide to send 2 million gallons of milk, that extra 1 million that you would have sent gets tariffed at 400%. You fucking moron. That's how that works. It is to ensure that our own domestic fucking market does not collapse. That is the point of this is what protectionist fucking policy looks like. And I think it is reasonable protectionist fucking policy because the US produces a lot more stuff than we do. They have a bigger population. They have more land that they can use in comparison to us. A lot of the land we can't use because it is just tundra. That's how actual protectionist policy works, you fucking idiots.
And that is even assuming our dairy farmers even have access to sell their products to the people of Canada.
Damn, maybe you should have better regulations for your food products. Which is why, again, the European Union very often doesn't want dog shit, substandard fucking American products. Because, again, you people don't regulate any of, like, the HGH or other fucking hormones that you use in order to pump up fucking cows with, I don't know, a bunch of, like, a cocktail of drugs in order to be able to try to sell more milk to people. It's fucking ridiculous. He still doesn't fucking understand how, like, the main reasonings for as to why people don't buy a lot of, like, shitty fucking goddamn US products.
The trade deficit is a major threat to our economy and indeed our national security.
Dude, a fucking trade deficit that you caused is definitely a major threat to your fucking economy. You get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. But it's not only fucking Canada, right? Japan and South Korea face 25% tariff if Trump ramps up war in letters to 14 nations. Again, because for whatever reason, he thinks sending a letter means you're getting a trade deal done for whatever fucking reason. And when no one is replying to his dumb fuck letters, he gets mad about it, sends a letter saying that we're gonna tariff you. And it's just like, okay, this is really fucking dumb, dude. So, bunch of Southeast Asian countries are being tariffed here. And also Bosnia. What the fuck does Bosnia even send to the United States? Like what? What do they send there? It's stupid. So what? He's extending the negotiating deadline to August 1st. Stocks drops on tariff news. New U.S. tariffs debut from 25% on Tunisia to 40% on Laos. Treasury Secretary says inbox full of trade offers. I don't believe him. And Trump threatens BRICS nation with additional tariffs. I believe that is specifically Brazil. We'll get to Brazil. So U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday ramped up his trade war with telling 14 nations from powerhouse suppliers such as Japan and South Korea to minor trade players that they now face sharply higher tariffs from a new deadline of August 1st. The imposition of a levy of 25% on U.S. importers of all goods rattled Wall Street, with the S&P 500 getting knocked down. The markets in Asia were taking their news in stride. Yeah, because at this point it's just like, okay, whatever. It's some bullshit anyways. In letters to 14 countries, Trump hinted at opportunities for additional negotiations, even while warning that reprisals would draw a like response. Yeah, the same thing as he did with China. Again, he ended up dropping the fucking goddamn tariffs, and then they negotiated. Because again, China was saying, like, we're not going to negotiate with you until you come, like, you just drop the stupid bullshit that you're doing. He ended up dropping the fucking stupid bullshit that he was doing, and then China decided to come to the table and say, like, okay, now we can negotiate, because what you're doing is fucking stupid. We're not going to tolerate it. Like, fuck you, fuck off. If any reason you decide to raise your tariffs, then whatever the number you choose to raise them by will be added to the 25% that we charge. He's specifically going after copper, which is something that's definitely easily sourced within the United States. Totally, absolutely, fantastic, excellent. Trump told South Korea and Japan in letters released on his Truth Social platform. The higher tariffs take effect on August 1st, and notably will not combine with previously announced sectoral tariffs, such as those on automobiles and steel and aluminum. Yeah, it's just new random bullshit that he's fucking piling on, because again, he doesn't understand how the economy or how trade works. He doesn't understand how building factories fucking works. Like, it takes time to be able to do that, and all those like resources that you need to build for domestic manufacturing within the US, you're tariffing the fuck out of it, thus making it more difficult in order to build those fucking factories. But again, he's just like a stupid idiot who doesn't understand any of this stuff. Countries have been under pressure to conclude deals with the U.S. after Trump unleashed a global trade war in April that roiled financial markets and sent policymakers scrambling to protect their economies. Trump's executive order on Monday extends to August 1st, the Wednesday deadline for negotiations. Asked if the deadline was firm, Trump replied, "I would say firm, but not 100% firm." Yeah, he just wants to give himself a potential out so he can, like, back off from his dumbass tariffs when someone, like, eventually gets back into his ear and says, like, hey, this is a really bad idea. Can we not do this?
If they call up and they say, we'd like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that.
It was unfortunate that Trump was hiking tariffs on imports from Japan and South Korea, two of the closest U.S. allies, but there was still time for a breakthrough in negotiations, said former U.S. trade negotiator Wendy Cutter. While the news is disappointing, it does not mean the game is over, added Cutter, the vice president of the Asia Society Policy Institute. Trump said that the U.S. would impose tariffs of 25% on goods from Tunisia, Malaysia, and Kazakhstan, with levies of 30% on South Africa. Really? Does he still believe in the stupid, like, white genocide bullshit? Like, why is he going specifically after South Africa? I don't know what to say, besides this is just, like, really, it's just stupid, dude. The basis of these tariffs, it doesn't make any sense. And it's not going to facilitate any of the stuff that Trump is saying that it's going to do. Like, it's not going to make domestic manufacturing return. It's dumb and stupid. It's going to be harder to help establish domestic manufacturing because you keep tariffing all of the things that you need in order to be able to help build up that base of U.S. domestic manufacturing. And it's not going to bring in money like you think it is. It's just going to make poor people way more poor. Again, his dumbass like fixation on the 1880s is the reason why he's just doing really stupid and bad policy. Bosnia and Herzegovina climbing to 32% on Indonesia, 35% on Serbia and Bangladesh, 36% on Cambodia and Thailand, and 40% on Laos and Myanmar. A deal with India was close, Trump added. Boy Meets Minnie, can you confirm that there was like a trade deal that's close with like India or something? Is this real? Is this true? Is there any confirmation of this? Like, what the hell is going on with this bullshit? Because I'm going to assume, because that's like what? Apparently that was the main catalyst for us to stop the Indian-Pakistani war from escalating. He like threatened to do like trade stuff to them or some shit. It's not very unclear what it was, and that's what brought the Indians and the Pakistanis to the table. It's fucking stupid. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba said some progress had been made on avoiding higher tariffs of up to 35% that Trump had suggested recently. We have received a proposal from the United States to swiftly proceed with negotiations towards the newly set August 1st deadline, and then depending on Japan's response, the content of the letter could be revised, Ishiba told a cabinet meeting on Tuesday. South Korea said it planned to step up trade talks with the United States and that exemptions for or reductions in auto and steel tariffs must be included in any trade deal. Thailand said it was confident if it could get it can get a competitive tariff similar to those on other countries. Again, it's just like he's just doing like belligerent trade nonsense because again, he still doesn't understand how fucking trade works. He doesn't get it. In neighboring Malaysia, the trade ministry said it acknowledged U.S. concerns on trade imbalances and market access while believing that constructive re-engagement and dialogue remained the best path forward. I don't understand why people are like capitulating to this fucking nonsense. It's complete fucking bullshit. It's stupid. It's just the petulance of an idiotic man who doesn't understand how trade deficits work or how tariffs work. So he thinks it's like a willy-nilly blanket solution when it's a very specific policy that can work. Again, I point to the Chips and Science Act in particular. There were tariffs that were done on particular countries in order to help facilitate chip manufacturing within the United States, right? The purpose of it was to bring manufacturing for chips through not only specific subsidies to the companies that were going to build the chips within the United States, to build the manufactories in order to be able to do that, but also on countries that were, producing chips in of themselves in order to help facilitate a lot of that manufacturing to return. And there was, again, a benefit to this because there was an increase in manufacturing jobs under the Biden administration, which hasn't happened since, 40 years ago. Crazy. In Indonesia, Southeast Asia's largest economy, an official said Jakarta still had room to negotiate on tariffs, and a top negotiator would meet U.S. trade representatives in Washington. A Bangladesh team in Washington was scheduled to have further trade talks on Wednesday, an official said. The U.S. is the main export market for Bangladesh's ready-made garments industry, which accounts for more than 80% of its export earnings and employs 4 million people. This is absolutely shocking news for us, Mahmood Hassan Khan, president of Bangladesh Garment Manufacturers and Exporters Association, told Reuters on Tuesday. We were really hoping that tariffs would be somewhere between 10 to 20%. This will hurt our industry badly. Yeah, dude, because this is going to do a really good job at ingratiating a bunch of countries to the U.S.'s fucking position. It's really stupid. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said the 30% U.S. tariff was unjustified since 77% of U.S. goods face no tariffs in his country. Again, Mad King needs to do Mad King shit because, again, he thinks you make money from tariffs. You don't make money from tariffs. It's stupid. Ramaphosa, a spokesperson, said his government would continue to engage with the United States. Market drop, because we're starting to see consequences of this. U.S. stock fell in response to the news. It was down about 0.8%. The Asia share markets were more resilient. It was recuperating early losses, and South Korean stocks jumped up 1.8%. A lot of volatility currently. As headlines start to emerge, as more of those letters come out, as negotiations really come to the forefront for ahead of that August 1st deadline. Earlier on Monday, U.S. Secretary Scott Bessent said he expected several trade announcements in the next 48 hours. Only 2 deals have been struck so far with Britain and Vietnam. None of the countries that are being targeted here. Well, China has until August 12th to reach a deal with the White House to prevent Trump from reinstating additional import curbs after Washington and Beijing agreed in June on a tariff framework. On Tuesday, China warned the United States against reinstating tariffs on its goods and said it would retaliate against countries striking deals with the United States to cut China out of supply chains. Vietnam and China agreed to boost trade and investment ties between the two countries during a meeting on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in Brazil, Vietnam's government said on Tuesday. This is what actually is the consequence of all this. Again, as the U.S. keeps doing idiotic, fucking belligerent bullshit, once close allies, like the Vietnamese, are just going to be like, well, we're just going to, like, help us out, like, get more trade and ties in terms of investment from like other people if the U.S. is just going to be like really dumb and stupid. This is the consequence of it. Trading blocks. The European Union will not be receiving a letter sending out higher tariffs. EU sources familiar with the matter told Reuters. EU still aims to reach a trade deal by Wednesday after European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and Trump had a good exchange, a Commission spokesperson said. EU has been torn over whether to push for a quick and light trade deal or leverage its economic clout for a better outcome. They should just fucking leverage it. Just be like, okay, fuck you, fuck off. We send you a bunch more stuff than we get from you. Like, whatever. Go fuck yourselves. Damn, maybe if the U.S. was better at, like, making products and regulating their shit, maybe this, maybe people would be importing more stuff from the United States. But again, due to a lot of deregulation of these corporations and of the markets that exist within the U.S., they make subpar, substandard products, which is why no one fucking wants them. Trump also threatened leaders of developing nations in the BRICS meeting in Brazil with an additional 10% tariff if they adopt anti-American policies. Sure, man. I think it's just they just don't like you. The bloc includes, well, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But, you know, specifically, let's take a look at Brazil. Threatening Brazil with a 50% tariff and demanding an end on Bolsonaro's trial end. Keep in mind, quite literally, Bolsonaro, along with I think one of the Supreme Court justices within the Supreme Court of Brazil were trying to organize and foment a sort of January 6th against the fact that Bolsonaro got his ass fucking handed to him during the fucking elections when they happened in Brazil in about, I think it was like 2020. There's been a trial going on ever since, and he ran away to, well, the United States, to Florida specifically, in order to run away from that, from that trial specifically. But, you know, we got, like, Donald Trump also weighing in on this shit because, again, like, he just wants, like, far-right dipshits and sycophants in power because, again, let's not even forget about the fact that how Bolsonaro won through Operation Car Wash for the operation of Lava Jato, which was a complete, like, stupid conspiracy theory ginned up against Luis Inácio Lula da Silva to sort of, well, go ahead and just throw him in jail because Bolsonaro probably would have lost that fucking election in, like, I think it was, like, 2020? No. It was like 2016, like 2018, 2019, around there, something like that. U.S. President Donald Trump said he was planning to impose a 50% tax on goods made in Brazil, escalating his fight with the South American country. He announced the plan in his latest tariff letter, which was shared on social media. In it, Trump accuses Brazil of a tax on U.S. tech companies and of conducting a witch hunt against former far-right president Jair Bolsonaro. Again, the dude who tried to do his own January 6th on, well, Lula when he inevitably won the fucking goddamn election because of how ridiculously unpopular Jair Bolsonaro was and how much people did not fucking like him. Who is facing prosecution over his alleged role in a plot to overturn the 2022 election. Responding in a social media post, Brazilian President Luis Inácio Lula da Silva said an increase in tariffs on Brazil would be reciprocated, and he warned against any interference in the nation's judicial system. Dude, if they try to, like, I don't know, deploy the CIA in order to fuck with this trial, this election, that would be fucking crazy. Crazy if he actually decided to go through with that. Trump also sparred with Lula about Bolsonaro's trial earlier this week. At the time, Lula said Brazil would not accept interference from anyone and added, no one is above the law. Yeah, because again, he was trying to foment a fucking coup, Trump. Like, that's what he was doing. At the time, Lula said Brazil would not accept interference from anyone and added, I said that already. Also on Wednesday, Trump said a 50% tariff on copper imports that he announced earlier this week will come into effect on August 1st. So I guess, Japan and South Korea aren't the only ones that are getting these copper tariffs? It's also going to be Brazil. Again, like, what domestic manufacturing currently exists within the United States for copper-based products? Is there fucking any at all? Like, maybe there's, like, a tiny bit. I don't deny it. Maybe there's a bit. But, yeah, dude, does, like, the United States have a reliable source for getting more copper to feed that fucking industry. I highly fucking doubt that. Again, this shit, it's just a really idiotic, stupid reasoning for as to why he's doing these fucking tariffs. He said in a social media post that the decision was made due to national security concern. Oh yeah, I bet. Trump has posted 22 letters to countries around the world this week, including trade partners such as Japan, South Korea, and Sri Lanka, outlining new tariffs on their goods, which he says will come into force on August 1st. Those moves have largely served to revive plans he put forward in April, but that were put on hold after financial markets recoiled at the measures. Yeah, we all know about that huge drop that happened right in April when he decided to do was this is our liberation day. We're gonna liberate, and then he decided to back off of that. It's really, really fucking stupid. Yep, it's gonna be great. You know, coconuts and tea from Sri Lanka gonna be real expensive. That's true. Even if we did have the copper building facilities, it would bring so much debt. That's true, Zane. That is true. Because again, it's like you have to still import the fucking goddamn raw material from somewhere. Again, are there copper mines within the U.S.? Maybe, but to like extent from like other sort of like nations in order to be able to build more copper. It's really, really fucking stupid. Oh, they grow a lot of the world's black pepper. Well, have fun with those spice prices right now, Boy Meets Mini. But the message to Brazil was a far more targeted missive and threatened a significant increase from the tariff, a 10% tariff, the White House had previously announced on goods from the country. Unlike many other countries, the U.S. enjoyed a trade surplus with Brazil last year, selling more goods in the country than it purchased from it. Oh, really? Are you actually... He's not even doing this out of like any reason. I think he's just doing this because because of Jair Bolsonaro. Because of there's a political witch hunt against Jair Bolsonaro. Let me tell you, even though he's been like fucking credibly accused of helping to foment a January 6th within fucking Brazil. It's stupid, bro. In the letter, Trump called the 50% rate necessary to rectify the grave injustices of the current regime. What? Of them, like, prosecuting someone who had intention to overthrow the duly elected person in the Brazilian elections? I mean, you would have an understanding of what that would look like, wouldn't it, Trump? You know, January 6th, you know. He said he would order the U.S. Trade Representative to launch a so-called 301 investigation into Brazil's digital trade practices. Sure, dude. Like, what do they mean by digital trade practices? Like, in terms of, like, server traffic or something that's going to... I'm very confused. Such a move would mark a turn towards a more established legal process that the U.S. has used to impose tariffs in the past, toughening the threat. In his first term, Trump took a similar step towards Brazil's consideration of a tax targeting tech firms. Oh, so they don't do, like, a bunch of, like, probable fucking bullshit, if I were to take a guess? I wonder why they're targeting tech firms. The Brazilians. Curious. Trump, in the letter, accused the Brazilian government of insidious attacks on free elections. That's so fucking... Dude, Bolsonaro is the one who's doing the insidious attack on free elections. It's so fucking stupid. And the fundamental free speech rights of Americans, including the censorship of U.S. media, social media platforms... Oh, because they were trying to spread a bunch of election misinformation in order to justify Jair Bolsonaro's fucking coup. And the Brazilian government is saying, like, you need to crack down on this because it's complete fucking bullshit. Like, fuck off. But it's okay if, like, I don't know, Turkey with Recep Tayyip Erdogan is going ahead with that. Or Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Or Narendra Modi is also doing that on U.S. social media platforms. Then you start to care about the fucking... And then you don't care about the fundamental free speech rights of Americans? It's complete fucking bullshit. The U.S. president's company, Trump Media, which operates his Truth Social program, is among the tech companies fighting Brazilian court rulings over orders suspending social media accounts. Yeah, again, because they are probably spreading a bunch of misinformation which is not in line with Brazilian law. The country had also temporarily banned Elon Musk's X, formerly known as Twitter, after the platform refused to ban accounts that were deemed by Brazil to be spreading misinformation about the 2022 Brazilian election. Whoa! Color me surprised. Last month, Brazil's Supreme Court ruled that the social media companies can be held responsible for content posted on their platforms. Whoa, crazy. You're telling me that that there has to be responsibilities for moderation, content moderation being done on social media platforms? And that they can't just be absolute free speech shitholes like what is trying to be built with Twitter, and we all know what the fuck is going on. It's now a fucking Nazi-infested shithole. Go, say it ain't so. In his letter, Trump also spoke favorably of former Brazilian President Bolsonaro, saying he respected him greatly. He added that the ongoing trial against him is an international disgrace. Sure, man, only for you, dude. He also said the same thing about the trial against Benjamin Netanyahu. It's just like, he's just a simp to like dipshit fucking authoritarians who suck his fucking cock. That's really about it. Very, very ridiculous and stupid, even though what he did was fucking illegal. Silly. Trump and Bolsonaro enjoyed a friendly relationship with their presidency, when their presidencies overlapped, with the pair meeting in 2019 at the White House during Trump's first term. Bolsonaro also dubbed is often dubbed Trump of the tropics. Both men subsequently lost presidential elections, and both refused to publicly acknowledge defeat. Bolsonaro, who governed Brazil between 2019 and 2022, is standing trial for allegedly attempting a coup with thousands of his supporters storming government buildings in the capital in July 2023 after Lula was victorious in the election. Yep, we've seen the sort of thing right now, saying like, dude, like, it was a bunch of Brazilians gathered in front of the Supreme Courthouse building. Like, they were just, like, standing there, chilling, with a bunch of Brazilian flags and stuff like that. And that's what he's being prosecuted for, because he told his supporters to go do that. Which is seditious conspiracy. So, that's cool. Bolsonaro, who governed... Bolsonaro was in the United States at the time, and has denied any links to the rioters or involvement in the plot. Of course. Earlier this week, Trump had compared Bolsonaro's prosecution to the legal cases he has similarly faced. This is nothing more or less than an attack on a political opponent, something I know much about, Trump had said in response. Bolsonaro thanked the U.S. president for his support. Trump was also critical of the BRICS summit in Rio de Janeiro, where the group of developing nations met on Sunday. Trump called the group, which includes Brazil, anti-American, and said those countries would be charged at an additional 10% tariff. Yeah, dude, because again, a random fucking trade block, which is more or less completely fucking irrelevant, is totally going to be a threat to U.S. trade hegemony, and not the fact that you're just slapping random tariffs on people and saying like, well, I don't think, honestly, what the Brazilians are doing is very honest in how they're treating Jair Bolsonaro, who's a great man, let me tell you, folks. Great man, very good. I love Jair Bolsonaro. He's very good because he sucked me off personally, but you know. President Lula fired back on Monday against Trump's social media threats. He needs to know that the world has changed, Lula said. We don't want an emperor. So, honestly, again, it's just complete, utter, belligerent nonsense from a moron who barely fucking understands trade. And also, it thinks that Jair Bolsonaro was not potentially responsible for committing seditious conspiracy, which is a crime that he probably knows all too well. Randomly attacking well-established allies, such as the Japanese and the South Koreans, for what purpose exactly? I don't know, for like a made-up conspiracy theory. Not even a conspiracy theory, like a made-up ideal in his mind, wanting to bring back the good old American sort of manufacturing base through doing stupid, idiotic tariffs and no other fucking trade policy, because he has a particular autistic fixation on the 1880s, and that is it. This is only going to do one thing and one thing only, and that is make products more expensive on the average U.S. consumer. That is all that these tariffs have ever accomplished, because these are essentially taxes on imports that the companies, the corporations are going to have to pay, and as a result of that loss in profit from those import taxes that they have to pay on products they're importing so they can manufacture them. Whoa, crazy. They're going to, or even, it doesn't even have to be that. Also, like general finished products as well that they are bringing into the U.S. in order to sell to that market. They're going to have to raise those fucking prices in order to be able to recuperate those lost products or that lost profit. And they're going to do that on the average consumer because, again, Trump is an idiot and he doesn't understand how the economy works. This isn't the 1880s anymore. This is 2025. It's been over 145 years since that time. And again, we all know what preceded the 1880s and what the trade policies and tariffs of William McKinley helped catalyze. Oh, it helped catalyze the fucking Great Depression. So, you know, that's cool. That's great. It's fantastic that this complete bumbling buffoon still barely understands how the economy fucking works and is willing to, I don't know, potentially bring about the fucking Great Depression to Electric Boogaloo because he has barely any understanding for as to how trade deficits work, how import taxes work, and how, like, the basis of the globalized economy works. He's just a complete buffoon and a charlatan. Hooray. Very cool. Very good, folks. Who are we rating out to today? Why don't we raid out to a Baba Booey? Yeah, I don't know why I said Baba Booey. It's Thursday today. Yeah, it's Baba Booey time. Well, why don't we raid out to Doodle Burb, the burb that doodles. Let's raid out to them. Alright, idiots, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transstride with the Daho raid butt if you're a sub. If you're non-sub, you're the Wowie with the Daho raid butt. So show appreciation to those who are into any case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we're going to be continuing playing Factorio. Green science! We need green science. That's the next thing we're gonna do. Should be easy peasy. Green science, and then eventually oil. Oil is the next step after green science, and then setting up a bunch of other stuff. Maybe thinking about creating a boss. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.